What's up, story lovers? Welcome to Harry FLAX. In today's video, we have a fantastic tale for you. What if Petunia was actually a squib in love with Lily and abused Harry because he reminded her of her forbidden love? If this is your first time here, consider subscribing and hitting the bell icon so you never miss a story. And if you're a returning viewer, thank you for your continued support. Alright, let's jump right into it. Chapter 1. Those green eyes. The summer heat clung to Privet Drive like a bad smell, and Harry Potter was sweating through another miserable day at number 4. He'd been back from Hogwarts for 3 weeks now, and each day felt longer than the last. Something weird was going on with Aunt Petunia this summer, though. She'd always been nasty to him, sure, but lately she'd been acting different. Jumpy. Like she couldn't stand to be in the same room as him, but also couldn't stop looking at him when she thought he wouldn't notice. Harry wiped his forehead with his sleeve as he trimmed the garden hedge. The sun beat down on his neck, and he could feel his skin burning. Uncle Vernon had announced at breakfast that Aunt Marge would be visiting for a week, which was just brilliant. Another person to tell him what a waste of space he was. Another person to compare him to his perfect cousin Dudley. Boy! Aunt Petunia's shrill voice cut through his thoughts. You've missed a spot. Do it again. Harry turned to see her standing in the doorway, her arms crossed over her chest. Her eyes flickered to his face and then away quickly, like she'd been burned. I haven't missed anything, Harry said, gesturing to the perfectly trimmed hedge. Don't talk back to me, she snapped, but her voice lacked its usual venom. Instead, she sounded almost scared. Just finish up and come inside. Marge will be here soon, and I need you to clean the guest room. Harry watched as she disappeared back into the house, the door closing with a snap. He'd noticed it more and more lately, the way she couldn't quite look him in the eye, the way she sometimes stared at him when she thought he wasn't looking. It was creeping him out. Inside, the house smelled like floor polish and the roast Petunia had in the oven for dinner. Harry headed upstairs to tackle the guest room, but paused when he heard a sound from his aunt and uncle's bedroom. It sounded like crying. He edged closer to the door, which was cracked open just enough for him to peek inside. Aunt Petunia sat on the edge of the bed, something clutched in her hands. Her thin shoulders shook with silent sobs. Not now, she whispered. I can't do this now. Harry leaned forward, trying to see what she was holding. It looked like a photograph, but before he could make out the details, the floor beneath him creaked. Petunia's head snapped up, her eyes wide with panic. When she saw Harry, her face transformed from grief to fury in an instant. What are you doing? She shrieked, stuffing whatever she'd been holding into the drawer of her bedside table. Spying on me? Get away from my room. Harry stumbled back. I wasn't, I just heard, get to work on the guest room. Now. Her face was blotchy, tears still wet on her cheeks, but her expression was hard as stone. Harry fled to the guest room, his heart pounding. What had she been looking at? And why had it made her cry? Aunt Petunia never cried, at least, not that he'd ever seen. He made the bed with military precision, knowing that Aunt Marge would run her finger along every surface looking for dust. As he worked, his mind kept returning to Petunia's face, the raw emotion he'd glimpsed before she'd noticed him. She hates me, he muttered to himself as he fluffed a pillow. She's always hated me. But for the first time, he wondered if there might be something more complicated behind that hatred. The doorbell rang at precisely 6 o'clock. Harry had been banished to his room until called for dinner, which suited him fine. He could hear Aunt Marge's booming voice downstairs, already complaining about the taxi driver who'd brought her from the station. Criminal, charging that much. And he had the nerve to grumble about Ripper sitting on the seat. Uncle Vernon's laughter drifted up the stairs, followed by Dudley's sycophantic chuckle. But Harry didn't hear Aunt Petunia. Curious, he crept to his bedroom door and opened it a crack. Where's Petunia? Aunt Marge was asking. In the kitchen, finishing up dinner, Vernon replied. Been cooking all day, she has. Harry slipped out of his room and moved quietly along the hallway until he could see down the stairs. Uncle Vernon was helping Marge off with her coat, Dudley hovering nearby, no doubt anticipating the 20-pound note Marge always gave him upon arrival. The kitchen door opened, and Aunt Petunia emerged carrying a tray of drinks. Harry was about to retreat when he noticed her face. She looked terrible. Her eyes were red-rimmed, her skin pale. She'd applied makeup, but it hadn't quite covered the evidence of her earlier tears. "Petunia, darling." Marge boomed, moving forward to give her a smacking kiss on the cheek. "You look peaky. Not coming down with something, are you?" "Just a headache," Petunia said, her voice thin. "Nothing to worry about." "Where's the boy?" Marge demanded, taking a glass from the tray. "Still at that school for criminal types." "He's upstairs," Vernon said. "We'll call him down for dinner." "Good. I want to see what a year at that place has done to him. No improvement, I expect." Harry backed away from the stairs, not wanting to be caught eavesdropping twice in one day. But as he turned, he found himself face to face with Aunt Petunia, who must have slipped away from the group downstairs. For a long moment, they just stared at each other. Harry was trapped between the wall and his aunt, close enough to see the tiny broken blood vessels in her eyes, to smell the floral perfume she always wore. "Your eyes," she whispered, and her voice sounded strange, almost young. "They're so," she stopped herself, blinking rapidly. "Go downstairs. Dinner's ready." She brushed past him and hurried into the bathroom, closing the door firmly behind her. Harry stood frozen in the hallway, heart hammering in his chest. What had she been about to say about his eyes? Dinner was excruciating. Aunt Marge dominated the conversation, alternating between praising Dudley and criticizing Harry. Uncle Vernon nodded along enthusiastically, while Dudley preened under the attention. But Aunt Petunia hardly spoke. She pushed food around her plate, occasionally taking tiny sips of wine. "Not hungry, Petunia?" Marge asked, eyeing her plate. "Like I said, just a headache. You should lie down after dinner. Vernon and I can clean up, can't we, Vernon?" Uncle Vernon looked startled at this suggestion but quickly recovered. Of course, of course. You rest, pet." Aunt Marge turned her attention back to Harry. "So, boy. Still at that St. Brutus's place, are you? Not reformed yet?" Harry gritted his teeth. "No, Aunt Marge." "Speak up. And say, Aunt Marge, ma'am." "No, Aunt Marge, ma'am," Harry said, louder. "That's better. Though I don't know why they bother trying to reform you at all. Bad blood will out. You see it in dogs all the time. If there's something wrong with the bitch, there'll be something wrong with the pup." The wineglass in front of Aunt Petunia shattered. Everyone jumped. Shards of glass and red wine spread across the white tablecloth like blood. For a moment, no one moved. I'm so sorry," Petunia gasped, staring at the mess with wide eyes. "I must have knocked it. Not to worry, Vernon said, already dabbing at the tablecloth with his napkin. "Accidents happen." But Harry wasn't watching the spilled wine. He was watching his aunt, whose hands were trembling so badly she had to clasp them together to hide it. She hadn't knocked over the glass. It had broken while her hands were in her lap. Just like magic. Impossible. Aunt Petunia hated magic. Feared it. She couldn't be, but the thought had taken root, and Harry couldn't shake it. What if Aunt Petunia wasn't just jealous of his mother's magical abilities? What if she had wanted them for herself? What if she had them, just a little bit, not enough to be invited to Hogwarts, but enough to make a glass break when she was upset? Aunt Petunia caught him staring and flushed, anger replacing the shock on her face. "What are you looking at? Help clean this up." Harry grabbed a napkin and began sopping up wine, but his mind was racing. Could his aunt be a squib? He'd heard the term at school, a non-magical person born to a magical family. It would explain so much, her hatred of magic, her jealousy of Lily, her bitterness. "I think I'll lie down," Petunia said abruptly, standing up. "Vernon, you'll see to dessert." "Of course, pet. You go on up." She fled the room like it was on fire, leaving an awkward silence behind her. "She's not been herself lately," Vernon said apologetically to Marge. "Overworking, I expect." Marge nodded sagely. "Women do that. Take on too much, then wonder why they're exhausted." Now, where were we? Ah, yes. I was saying about bad blood. The next day was even worse. Aunt Marge seemed determined to find fault with everything Harry did, while Aunt Petunia remained distracted and distant. Several times, Harry caught her looking at him with that same strange expression, part fear, part fascination, part something else he couldn't name. After lunch, Harry escaped to the garden, ostensibly to pull weeds but really to get away from Marge's endless criticism. He'd been working for about 20 minutes when he heard the back door open. "Boy!" He turned to see Aunt Petunia standing there, arms crossed tightly over her chest. "What?" "Mind your tone," she said automatically, but without her usual sharpness. She glanced back at the house, then stepped further into the garden. "I need you to go to the store. We're out of certain things." She thrust a list and some money at him. Harry took them, noticing her hands were still shaking. "What's going on with you?" he asked before he could stop himself. Her eyes narrowed. "Nothing is going on with me. You've been acting weird ever since Marge arrived. Weirder than usual, I mean. How dare you, and yesterday, at dinner. The glass. You didn't touch it." She went very still. "What are you implying?" "I think you know." For a long moment, they stared at each other. Then Petunia let out a harsh laugh. "You think that I could?" She shook her head, lips pressed into a thin line. "You're as delusional as she was." "My mother wasn't delusional." "You didn't know her." Petunia snapped, and there was real pain in her voice now. "You have no idea what she was like." "Then tell me," Harry challenged. Something flickered in Petunia's eyes, an old hurt, a buried longing. She opened her mouth, closed it, then said in a carefully controlled voice, "Go to the store. Be back in 30 minutes." She turned and marched back into the house, leaving Harry standing in the garden with the list clutched in his hand. He looked down at it. It contained ordinary items, bread, milk, tea. But at the bottom, in small, cramped writing, and wine. Read. 2 bottles. Harry had never seen his aunt drink more than a single glass of wine before this week. Something was definitely wrong. 1969 Petunia Evans sat on her bed, knees pulled up to her chest, listening to the sounds of her sister's return. Car doors slamming, laughter, her father's deep voice calling out a greeting to Mrs. Pemberton next door. Lily was home for the summer. She'd been dreading this day for months. School had been peaceful without Lily, no one comparing them, no one asking why Petunia couldn't be more like her pretty, clever sister. No one noticing her at all, really, which was just how she liked it. A lie, of course. A lie she told herself because the truth was too painful, too confusing, too wrong. The bedroom door flew open, and there she was, Lily, 13 years old and already beautiful, her red hair gleaming, her green eyes bright with excitement. "Toonie," she cried, launching herself onto the bed and wrapping her arms around Petunia's stiff form. "I've missed you so much. You wouldn't believe the things I've learned this year. I can turn teacups into mice now, and I'm top of the class in charms, and, I don't want to hear about your freak school," Petunia said, but her heart wasn't in the insult. It was too busy racing at Lily's proximity, at the familiar smell of her hair, at the warmth of her arms. Lily pulled back, hurt flashing across her face. "Don't be like that, Toonie. I've been looking forward to seeing you all year." Well, I haven't, Petunia lied, extracting herself from Lily's embrace and standing up. Some of us have normal lives, you know. Normal friends. Normal schools. Lily's expression hardened. Fine. Be that way. I just thought, never mind what I thought. She turned and left the room, shoulders slumped. Petunia watched her go, a lump forming in her throat. She'd done it again, pushed Lily away because it was easier than dealing with the feelings that bubbled up whenever her sister was near. Feelings that had only grown stronger during their time apart. Feelings that no one could ever know about. Harry returned from the store to find the house unusually quiet. Aunt Marge's booming voice was absent, as was Dudley's constant whining. "They've gone to see Vernon's new car at the dealership," Aunt Petunia said when Harry entered the kitchen with the shopping bags. She stood at the sink, rinsing dishes with mechanical movements. Vernon wanted to show Marge before he bought it. Harry set the bags on the counter. "I got everything on the list. Put them away, then go to your room." But Harry didn't move. "Why were you crying yesterday?" Petunia's hand stilled under the running water. "That's none of your business. You were looking at a photograph. Was it of my mum?" She spun around, water dripping from her hands. "How dare you spy on me?" "I wasn't spying. I heard you crying. Get out." Her voice was low, dangerous. "Get out of my kitchen." Harry stood his ground. "You've hated me my whole life because I remind you of her. But it's not just because she was a witch, is it? There's something else. You know nothing about your mother or me." Petunia grabbed a dishcloth and dried her hands with sharp, angry movements. "Nothing." "Then tell me." For a moment, he thought she might. Something in her face softened, cracked, but then the front door slammed open, and Dudley's voice echoed through the house. "Mom. Dad's buying the car. And Aunt Marge says I can drive it when I'm older." The moment, whatever it had been, was gone. Aunt Petunia's face hardened again, the mask slipping back into place. "We're in here, Duddykins," she called, her voice artificially bright. Then, to Harry, in a whisper, "Not another word. Not one word." The days that followed settled into an uneasy routine. Aunt Marge continued her campaign of criticism against Harry and praise for Dudley. Uncle Vernon puffed up with pride at every opportunity. Dudley preened and stuffed his face. And Aunt Petunia watched. Her eyes followed Harry around rooms, lingered on his face when she thought no one was looking, darted away whenever he caught her staring. The wine bottles emptied and were replaced. Harry noticed Petunia slipping out to the recycling bin with clinking bags late at night, hiding the evidence of her increased drinking from Vernon. Then came the night before Aunt Marge was set to leave. They'd had a large dinner, and Marge had consumed most of a bottle of brandy by herself. Her face was purple, her words slurring as she held forth on Harry's many deficiencies. "You mustn't blame yourself for the boy's condition, Vernon," she was saying, waving her brandy glass dangerously close to Dudley's face. "If there's something rotten on the inside, nothing can fix it." Harry clenched his fists under the table, reminding himself that he only had to get through one more night of this. Then Marge would be gone, and things would go back to their usual level of awful. "It all comes down to blood," Marge continued. "Bad blood will out. Now, I'm saying nothing against your family, Petunia, but your sister was a bad egg. They turn up in the best families. Then she ran off with that wastrel and here's the result right in front of us." Harry's vision swam with anger. "My father wasn't a wastrel." A hush fell over the table. Marge's piggy eyes narrowed. "What did you say, boy?" "My father wasn't a wastrel," Harry repeated, louder. "He was a good man." Marge laughed, a harsh, braying sound. "A good man? A good man who got himself killed in a car crash, drunk as a lord, no doubt. He didn't die in a car crash." "Harry," Uncle Vernon warned, his face turning purple. You will not speak to your aunt like that. She's not. More brandy. Uncle Vernon shouted, appending the bottle into Marge's glass. Let's change the subject. Dudley's school report. No, no, Marge said, holding up a hand. Go on, boy. Proud of your parents, are you? They die in a car crash, drunk, I expect. They didn't die in a crash, and they weren't drunks, Harry said through gritted teeth. He could feel something building inside him, a pressure like before he'd blown up Aunt Marge. No. Not Aunt Marge. She wasn't blown up yet. But as the thought crossed his mind, Marge's glass exploded in her hand. Everyone jumped. Brandy sprayed across the table, and a shard of glass cut Marge's plump hand. She let out a yelp of pain. Oh my goodness! Petunia cried, rushing to get a cloth. Let me see, Marge. Is it deep? Damn glass, Marge muttered, inspecting her hand. Must have been cracked already. But Vernon wasn't looking at Marge. He was looking at Harry, his face turning from purple to white. You, he hissed. Upstairs. Now. Harry stood, chair scraping against the floor. She deserved it, he said, though he wasn't entirely sure he'd done it. Talking about my parents like that. I said now. Harry stormed from the room, heart pounding in his ears. Behind him, he could hear Petunia's soothing voice, Marge's complaints, Vernon's apologies. He took the stairs 2 at a time and slammed into his bedroom, breathing hard. A mistake. A huge mistake. They'd know it was him, even if he hadn't meant to do it. The ministry would send another letter. He might be expelled from Hogwarts for using magic outside school again. He paced the small room, trying to calm down. Maybe they'd understand it was an accident. Maybe they wouldn't detect it, since it was just a glass breaking, not something obviously magical like Aunt Marge swelling up like a balloon. There it was again, that strange thought about Aunt Marge blowing up. But that hadn't happened. Had it? Harry pressed his hands to his temples, suddenly confused. He remembered Aunt Marge visiting before his 3rd year. He remembered her saying awful things about his parents. He remembered his anger, the magic building inside him, and then she'd blown up like a balloon, and he'd run away, but that wasn't now. That was, a memory. Or a dream. A knock at his door interrupted his confused thoughts. Boy. Uncle Vernon's voice, tight with fury. Open this door. Harry opened it, braced for Vernon's rage. But his uncle merely thrust a piece of paper at him. Your aunt wants you to have this. Don't know why she's bothering, after what you just did. Vernon's small eyes glittered with malice. You'll pay for that, boy. Mark my words. He stomped away, leaving Harry holding a folded note. He closed the door and unfolded it with shaking hands. In Aunt Petunia's cramped writing, it wasn't you. It was me. I'll explain when she's gone. Tell no one. Harry read the note 3 times, hardly believing his eyes. Then he sat down heavily on his bed, the paper clutched in his hand. Aunt Petunia had broken the glass. Aunt Petunia had used magic. Which meant Aunt Petunia was either a witch or a squib, and either way, she'd been lying his entire life. The rest of the evening passed in a blur. Harry stayed in his room, listening to the muffled voices downstairs. Marge's braying laugh occasionally punctuated the conversation, suggesting her cut hand hadn't dampened her spirits. Around midnight, the house finally quieted. Harry lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, the note from Aunt Petunia on his bedside table. What did she mean? She'd explain when Marge was gone. Explain what, exactly? And why now, after all these years of silence? A soft knock at his door made him sit up. He hadn't heard footsteps in the hallway. Harry. Aunt Petunia's voice, barely above a whisper. Are you awake? He crossed to the door and opened it. Petunia stood in the dimly lit hallway, wrapped in her dressing gown, her hair in curlers. Her eyes were red-rimmed, and Harry caught a whiff of wine on her breath. "We need to talk," she said. "But not here. Not now. Vernon might wake up." "About what?" Harry demanded, keeping his voice low. "About you using magic. About you lying to me my whole life." She flinched. "Keep your voice down. Do you want to wake the whole house?" "I want answers." "And you'll get them," she hissed. "Tomorrow. After Marge leaves. I'll send Vernon and Dudley out for something, and we'll talk. I promise." Harry stared at her, suspicious. "Why should I believe you? You've never told me the truth about anything." Something flickered in her eyes, hurt, maybe, or regret. "Because for once in my miserable life, I'm tired of lying." She swallowed hard. "Especially about her." "My mom." Petunia nodded, a quick, jerky movement. "Tomorrow." She started to turn away, then paused. "The glass. I didn't mean to do it. It just happens sometimes when I'm upset." "You're a squib, aren't you?" She closed her eyes briefly, as if in pain. "Tomorrow, Harry." And then she was gone, slipping back down the hallway like a ghost. Harry barely slept that night. His mind raced with questions, theories, memories. He thought of all the times strange things had happened around Aunt Petunia, objects falling unexpectedly, light bulbs bursting when she was angry, the radio changing stations without being touched. He'd always assumed it was his own accidental magic, but what if some of it had been hers? And if she was a squib, why had she hidden it? Why had she pretended to hate magic so much? Why had she treated him so terribly if they shared this connection to the magical world? The questions chased each other around his head until dawn began to creep through his window. He heard the household stirring, the shower running, doors opening and closing, the clatter of breakfast preparations downstairs. Then Aunt Marge's booming voice, bidding everyone goodbye, thanking Vernon and Petunia for their hospitality, promising to visit again soon. A car door slammed, an engine started, and then silence. Harry remained in his room, waiting. He heard Uncle Vernon and Dudley leave a short while later, something about picking up Dudley's new computer game. The front door closed behind them. The house fell quiet. Then footsteps on the stairs, light and hesitant. A knock at his door. "Harry." "They're gone." He opened the door to find Aunt Petunia standing there, looking smaller and more vulnerable than he'd ever seen her. She wasn't wearing her usual floral dress but jeans and an old sweater that made her look younger, less severe. "Come downstairs," she said. "I've made tea." Harry followed her to the kitchen, where 2 mugs of tea sat on the table alongside a plate of biscuits. It was so unlike their usual interactions that Harry felt as if he'd stepped into an alternate universe. Petunia sat down and wrapped her hands around her mug, not meeting his eyes. "I don't know where to start." "How about the truth?" Harry suggested, sitting opposite her. "Are you a squib?" She nodded, a quick, sharp movement. "Yes. Though I didn't know that term until your mother went to that school and learned it. Before that, I just knew I was different. Special, sometimes. Broken, others. But you can do magic. I've seen it. Not properly. Not like Lily could. Not like you can." She took a sip of tea, her hand trembling slightly. "It only happens when I'm very emotional. Angry or sad. I can't control it. I've spent most of my life trying to suppress it." "Why? Why would you hide what you are? Why pretend to hate magic so much?" Petunia laughed, a brittle sound. "Because it was easier than admitting the truth. That I wanted it. That I begged for it. That I wrote to that headmaster of yours and pleaded with him to let me come to Hogwarts with Lily." She shook her head. "But he refused. Kindly, but firmly. I wasn't magical enough." Harry tried to imagine it, young Petunia writing to Dumbledore, desperate to be part of the magical world. It was hard to reconcile with the woman who had spent years telling him magic didn't exist. "So you were jealous of my mum?" "Yes." Her fingers tightened around her mug. "But it was more than that." "It was." She trailed off, staring into her tea as if it held the answers she was looking for. "What?" Harry prompted. "What was it?" Petunia looked up, and there was such raw pain in her eyes that Harry almost recoiled. "I loved her," she whispered. "Not just as a sister. I loved her in a way I wasn't supposed to. In a way that terrified me." The words hung in the air between them. Harry's mind struggled to process what she was saying. "You mean? I was in love with my own sister?" Petunia's voice cracked. "God help me, I still am." 1975. Toonie, wait. Lily called, hurrying after her sister. "Please, just talk to me." Petunia kept walking, her back rigid, arms wrapped tightly around herself despite the summer heat. She'd almost made it to the park when Lily caught up with her, grabbing her arm. "Let go of me," Petunia hissed, trying to pull away. "Not until you tell me what's wrong," Lily said, her green eyes fierce. "You've been avoiding me all summer. You barely speak to me. You leave the room whenever I enter it." "What did I do?" "Nothing," Petunia said, and it was true. Lily hadn't done anything except be herself, beautiful, kind, magical Lily, who everyone loved. Who Petunia loved too much. "Just leave me alone." "No." Lily pulled her towards a bench beneath a large oak tree. "Sit down. We're going to talk about this." Reluctantly, Petunia sat. She stared at the ground, unable to look at her sister. Lily was 16 now, and more beautiful than ever. Boys from the neighborhood followed her with their eyes. Even that awful Snape boy was still hanging around, though Lily had finally started to see what a creep he was. "Is it because of what happened at Christmas?" Lily asked softly. "With the mistletoe?" Petunia's head snapped up. "Shut up. I told you never to mention that. But I think that's when everything changed between us." Lily's voice was gentle, coaxing. "We were just joking around. It didn't mean anything. But it had meant everything to Petunia. That moment under the mistletoe, Lily laughing, her cheeks flushed from mulled wine, leaning in to kiss Petunia on the cheek but missing, their lips brushing for just a second. The jolt that had gone through Petunia's body. The sudden, terrible clarity. "It was just a kiss," Lily continued. "Sisters kiss all the time." "Not like that," Petunia said before she could stop herself. Lily frowned. "What do you mean?" Petunia stood up, panic rising in her chest. "Nothing. I have to go. Toonie, I said I have to go." She was almost shouting now, attracting curious glances from a nearby mother pushing a stroller. "Just leave me alone, Lily. Please." She fled, heart pounding, leaving Lily sitting on the bench with a hurt and confused expression that would haunt Petunia for years to come. "I don't understand," Harry said, his voice faint. "You were in love with my mother. Your own sister." Petunia closed her eyes, as if she couldn't bear to see his reaction. "Yes. But that's disgusting. Wrong. Sick." Her laugh was hollow. "Believe me, I've called myself worse over the years." Harry's mind reeled. This was beyond anything he could have imagined. His aunt, in love with his mother. It seemed impossible, yet it explained so much: Petunia's bitterness, her hatred of anything connected to Lily, her cold treatment of Harry. "Does Uncle Vernon know?" "God, no." Petunia opened her eyes, horror flashing across her face. "No one knows. No one has ever known, except." She hesitated. "Your mother suspected, I think. Towards the end. But we never spoke of it directly. She reached for her tea, took a sip, grimaced, and set it back down. I married Vernon because he was everything Lily wasn't. Predictable. Conventional. Safe. I thought he could fix me. Make me normal. And did he? What do you think? Petunia gestured around the immaculate kitchen, at her perfectly ordinary life. I built this facade of normalcy to hide behind. I became obsessed with it. And then you arrived on our doorstep, with her eyes. Her voice caught. Every time I looked at you, I saw her. It was like being tortured daily for 12 years. Harry felt sick. All this time, his aunt's cruelty hadn't just been about magic or jealousy or inconvenience. It had been about a forbidden, impossible love that had twisted into something dark and poisonous. So you took it out on me, he said flatly. You treated me like dirt because I reminded you of my mum. I'm not proud of it, Petunia said quietly. But yes. It was easier to hate you than to face what I felt for her. That doesn't make it okay, Harry said, anger rising in him. You made my life hell because you couldn't deal with your own feelings. I know. Tears spilled down Petunia's cheeks. I know it wasn't fair. None of this was fair, not to you, not to Lily, not even to Vernon or Dudley. My whole life has been a lie, Harry. A desperate attempt to be something I'm not. Harry stared at his aunt, seeing her clearly for perhaps the first time, a woman broken by a lifetime of denial and repression, of loving where she shouldn't, of hating herself for feelings she couldn't control. Why are you telling me this now? He asked. Petunia wiped her tears with the back of her hand. Because I'm tired. Tired of pretending. Tired of hating. And because. She drew a shaky breath. Because when that glass broke last night, it wasn't the first time my magic has slipped out recently. It's getting stronger, harder to control. I think it's because of you. Me. Being around magic seems to wake it up, somehow. When you're at school, I can suppress it better. But when you're here, especially as you get older and your own magic grows stronger. She shook her head. It's like it's calling to the little bit of magic I have. Harry thought about this. It made a strange kind of sense. Magic responded to magic, he'd seen it happen at Hogwarts countless times. So what happens now? He asked. Petunia looked lost. I don't know. Vernon can never find out. About any of this. She shuddered. He'd throw us both out. Or worse. I'm going back to Hogwarts in September anyway, Harry pointed out. So your magic should settle down then. Yes. She hesitated, then reached across the table to touch his hand, so briefly he might have imagined it. I know I have no right to ask this, but, could we start again? Not as mother and son, I know it's too late for that. But perhaps, not as enemies. Harry didn't know what to say. Part of him wanted to reject her outright, to tell her it was indeed too late, that she'd lost any chance at a relationship with him through years of neglect and cruelty. But another part, the part that had always craved family, connection, belonging, hesitated. Before he could respond, they heard the sound of a car pulling into the driveway. Petunia jumped up, eyes wide with panic. They're back early, she said. You have to go. We'll talk more later. Harry stood, still processing everything she'd told him. Aunt Petunia, later, she insisted, already wiping away evidence of her tears, straightening her clothes, transforming back into the prim and proper woman Vernon expected to find. Go to your room. He went, feeling as if he'd glimpsed something private and painful that he wasn't sure he'd wanted to see. As he climbed the stairs, he heard Uncle Vernon's voice booming through the house. Pet. You won't believe what happened at the store. They've got a special offer on that lawn mower I've been eyeing. Harry closed his bedroom door, shutting out Vernon's voice, and sat on his bed. His head was spinning with revelations. Aunt Petunia was a squib. Aunt Petunia had been in love with his mother. Aunt Petunia wanted to start over. It was too much to process all at once. He needed time to think, to sort through his feelings. He needed to talk to someone who might understand, Hermione, maybe, or Ron. But how could he possibly explain this in a letter? A soft tap at his window made him look up. A small, gray owl hovered outside, a letter tied to its leg. Harry didn't recognize the owl, but he opened the window to let it in. The bird dropped the letter on his bed and immediately took off again, not waiting for a reply. Harry picked up the letter. It was sealed with red wax, but there was no crest or mark pressed into it. He broke the seal and unfolded the parchment. Mr. Potter, we have detected the use of underage magic at your residence for the second time this summer. As this appears to be a pattern of behavior, representatives from the ministry will be visiting your home tomorrow to discuss this matter further. Your wand may be subject to examination and possible confiscation. Please remain at your residence until this matter is resolved. Yours sincerely, Mafalda Hopkirk. Improper use of magic. Office Ministry of Magic. Harry stared at the letter in disbelief. They thought it was him. Of course they did. They had no record of a squib living at number 4, Privet Drive. As far as the ministry was concerned, he was the only magical person in the house. He needed to tell Aunt Petunia. The ministry was coming, and they needed to be ready. What? Aunt Petunia's voice rose to a shriek. The ministry? Coming here? Tomorrow? They were in the kitchen again. Uncle Vernon had gone to the garage to examine his new lawn mower more closely, and Dudley was upstairs with his new computer game. Harry had shown Petunia the letter, watching the color drain from her face as she read it. They think it was me, Harry explained. They don't know about you. No one can know about me, Petunia said, her voice tight with panic. No one, Harry. Do you understand? You have to take the blame. But I could get expelled. They might snap my wand. I'll explain to your uncle that it was an accident, that you didn't mean to do it. He'll be furious, but he'll get over it. That's not the point, Harry said, incredulous. You're asking me to lie to the ministry, to risk being expelled from Hogwarts, to protect your secret? Petunia gripped the edge of the counter, knuckles white. You don't understand what would happen if Vernon found out. What he might do. Then leave him, Harry said, the words bursting out before he could stop them. If you're so afraid of him, if he'd hate you for what you are, why stay? It's not that simple. It is that simple. You're choosing him over me. Again. Petunia flinched as if he'd slapped her. That's not fair. None of this is fair. Harry's voice rose. My whole life hasn't been fair. And now you want me to sacrifice my education, my future, to protect your lies? Keep your voice down, Petunia hissed, glancing nervously towards the garage. Vernon will hear you. I don't care if he hears me. I don't care if the whole street hears me. Harry was shouting now, years of resentment boiling over. You've spent my entire life treating me like dirt because you couldn't deal with being in love with my mum, and now you want my help. You want me to protect you. Where were you when I needed protection? Petunia's face crumpled. Harry, please, but Harry was beyond listening. He turned and stormed out of the kitchen, through the hallway, and out the front door. He needed air, space, time to think. Behind him, he heard Petunia calling his name, but he didn't look back. He broke into a run, heading for the park at the end of the street, his heart pounding in his ears. He sat on a swing for hours, watching the sun set and the streetlights flicker on. Children and their parents gradually left the park, heading home for dinner, until Harry was alone. The revelation about Aunt Petunia had changed everything and nothing. It explained her behavior but didn't excuse it. It revealed a connection between them, both magical, both outsiders in their own ways, but didn't erase years of mistreatment. And now she wanted him to lie for her, to protect her secret from the ministry and from Uncle Vernon. Part of him understood her fear. Vernon Dursley was not a man known for his tolerance or understanding. But another part, the part that had endured years of cupboards and hand-me-downs and verbal abuse, rebelled at the idea of sacrificing anything more for the Dursleys. As darkness fell, Harry reluctantly headed back to number 4. The house was lit up, warm light spilling from the windows into the summer night. Through the living room window, he could see Uncle Vernon in his armchair, watching television. Dudley was probably in his room, playing his new game. And Aunt Petunia. He found her in the kitchen, sitting at the table with a cup of tea gone cold in front of her. She looked up when he entered, her face pale and drawn. "I thought you weren't coming back," she said. "I considered it." Harry remained standing, not ready to sit down with her again. "But I'd rather not sleep on a park bench." Petunia winced. "I deserve that." They were silent for a moment, the ticking of the kitchen clock unnaturally loud. "Vernon's going to a conference tomorrow," Petunia said finally. "Taking Dudley with him for the day out in London. They'll be gone when the ministry people arrive." "Convenient," Harry said. "I arranged it." She met his eyes steadily. "After you left. I told Vernon that Dudley deserved a treat after putting up with you all summer, and that the conference had a children's program he might enjoy. And he believed that. Dudley, voluntarily going to anything educational? I mentioned the hotel has a pool and an all-you-can-eat buffet." Despite everything, Harry felt a smile tug at his lips. That would do it. Petunia almost smiled back, a brief flicker before her face grew serious again. "I've been thinking about what you said. About taking the blame." She took a deep breath. "You're right. It's not fair to ask you to do that. When the ministry people come, I'll tell them the truth." Harry's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "Really?" "Yes." She twisted her hands together on the table. "It's time I stopped hiding. At least from this one thing. Uncle Vernon will find out." "Not necessarily." Petunia's eyes held a determined gleam. "If they come while he's away, if they don't leave any evidence of their visit, he never needs to know. And if they do leave evidence, or if they come back, then I'll deal with that when it happens." She hesitated, then added softly, "I meant what I said earlier, Harry. I want to try to make things better between us. It's too late for a lot of things, but maybe not for that." Harry considered this. The idea of a relationship with Aunt Petunia that wasn't built on resentment and lies was strange, almost unimaginable. But then, so was the idea that she was a squib in love with her sister. "I don't know," he said honestly. "I need time to process all of this. It's a lot." "Of course." She nodded, accepting his hesitation. "Take all the time you need." He turned to go, then paused. "There's one thing I still don't understand. If you loved my mum so much, why did you never talk about her? Why did you never tell me anything about her?" Pain flashed across Petunia's face. "Because it hurt too much," she whispered. "Because every memory of her is mixed up with guilt and shame and regret. Because talking about her meant acknowledging what I felt, what I still feel." She shook her head. "It was easier to pretend she never existed." "She did exist," Harry said firmly. "She was real. And she was my mother." "I know." Petunia's voice broke. "And she would be so proud of you, Harry. So proud." It was the kindest thing Aunt Petunia had ever said to him. Harry nodded, not trusting himself to speak, and left the kitchen. The next morning, Uncle Vernon and Dudley left early, Vernon grumbling about having to take Dudley to some boring conference, but mollified by Petunia's promise of a special dinner when they returned. As soon as their car disappeared around the corner, Petunia began cleaning the house with frantic energy. "They'll be here at 10, she told Harry as she polished the already spotless coffee table. "Ministry people. You should change into something nice." Harry, who had been planning to wear his usual jeans and t-shirt, raised an eyebrow. I don't think they'll care what I'm wearing, Aunt Petunia. Nevertheless. She straightened up, clutching the polish and cloth. I want to make a good impression. Harry realized with a jolt that she was nervous, not just about the ministry discovering her secret, but about meeting magical people. Her sister's people. Her people, in a way she'd never acknowledged before. He went upstairs and changed into the nicest clothes he had, which weren't saying much, a pair of jeans with only one small hole and a button-up shirt that had once been Dudley's but had shrunk in the wash to almost fit Harry. When he came back downstairs, Aunt Petunia had changed too, into a summer dress he'd never seen before. Her hair was neatly styled, and she'd applied makeup with a lighter hand than usual. You look nice, Harry said awkwardly. Petunia flushed. Thank you. I found this dress in the back of my closet. I haven't worn it in years. Before Harry could respond, the doorbell rang. Petunia jumped, the color draining from her face. They're here, she whispered. Oh God, they're here. It'll be fine, Harry said, though he wasn't sure he believed it. Just tell them the truth. Petunia nodded, took a deep breath, and went to answer the door. Harry followed, hanging back in the hallway, curious to see who the ministry had sent. He was surprised to see not Mafalda Hopkirk but Arthur Weasley on the doorstep, accompanied by a witch Harry didn't recognize. Mr. Weasley looked uncomfortable in a muggle suit that was slightly too small for him, while the witch wore elegant blue robes that would definitely attract attention in Little Whinging. Good morning, Mr. Weasley said brightly. Mrs. Dursley, I presume. I'm Arthur Weasley from the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office, and this is Amelia Bones from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Petunia stood frozen in the doorway, staring at them. Yes. I'm Petunia Dursley. May we come in? Madam Bones asked. Her voice was brisk but not unkind. We're here about the magical incident that occurred in your home 2 nights ago. Petunia stepped back wordlessly, allowing them to enter. Mr. Weasley spotted Harry and grinned. Harry. Good to see you, my boy. Ron's been asking when you might visit this summer. Hi, Mr. Weasley, Harry said, surprised by the friendly greeting. I didn't expect to see you here. Well, given your history with the ministry, and the unusual nature of this case, we thought it best to send someone you know. Mr. Weasley glanced around the Dursley's spotless hallway with undisguised curiosity. Fascinating place you have here. Is that a feliton on the wall? Telephone, Harry corrected automatically. Shall we sit down? Madam Bones suggested, gesturing toward the living room. We have much to discuss. They moved into the living room, Petunia perching on the edge of the sofa, her back ramrod straight. Harry sat beside her, while Mr. Weasley and Madam Bones took the armchairs. Now, Madam Bones began, withdrawing a piece of parchment from her robes. We have recorded 2 instances of underage magic at this address this summer. The first, a basic Reparo charm on July 12th, and the second, what appears to be a Reducto curse on July 31st, resulting in the destruction of a drinking glass. It wasn't Harry, Petunia blurted out. It was me. Mr. Weasley and Madam Bones exchanged surprised glances. You? Madam Bones said. But our records indicate you're a muggle, Mrs. Dursley. I'm not. Petunia's hands twisted together in her lap. I'm a squib. Silence fell over the room. Harry glanced at Aunt Petunia, impressed despite himself at her courage in admitting this. A squib, Mr. Weasley repeated slowly. But Lily Potter was muggle-born, wasn't she? That would mean. Our parents were muggles, Petunia confirmed. But I have a little magic. Not enough to have gone to Hogwarts. Not enough to use properly. But sometimes, when I'm upset or emotional, things happen. Madam Bones was making notes on her parchment. This is most unusual, she murmured. Squibs rarely manifest any magical abilities at all, let alone enough to break objects. It's been happening more frequently lately, Petunia said, darting a glance at Harry. Since he's been home from school. Interesting. Madam Bones looked up, her expression thoughtful. Mr. Potter, have you noticed any accidental magic of your own this summer? No, Harry said truthfully. Just the glass breaking when Aunt Marge was saying horrible things about my parents. But that wasn't me. I felt the magic building up, but before I could do anything, the glass exploded. Because I was angry too, Petunia said quietly. She was talking about Lily. Mr. Weasley leaned forward, his face gentle. Mrs. Dursley, why didn't you register yourself as a squib with the ministry? It's not required, but it would have prevented this confusion. Petunia looked down at her hands. My husband doesn't know about any of this. He thinks magic is abnormal. Dangerous. If he knew that She trailed off, unable to finish the sentence. Madam Bones' expression softened slightly. I see. Well, this certainly changes things. If you were indeed responsible for the magical incidents, then Mr. Potter is not in violation of the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery. So I'm not in trouble? Harry asked. No, Mr. Potter, you're not in trouble. Madam Bones tucked her parchment away. However, Mrs. Dursley, we will need to update our records to reflect your status as a squib. And I would recommend some basic training in controlling your emotional responses to prevent further magical outbursts. Training? Petunia looked alarmed. What kind of training? Nothing elaborate, Mr. Weasley assured her. Simple meditation techniques, mostly. They're quite effective for magical children before they go to Hogwarts, to help them control accidental magic. Should work for you as well. Petunia relaxed slightly. And you won't tell my husband? Madam Bones and Mr. Weasley exchanged glances again. The ministry respects the privacy of all magical beings, Madam Bones said carefully. Your status will be recorded in our files, but we won't contact your husband directly. However, Mrs. Dursley, I must caution you, secrets have a way of revealing themselves, especially magical ones. It might be better to be honest with your family. I can't, Petunia said, her voice barely above a whisper. You don't understand. Vernon would, he'd never accept it. Mr. Weasley cleared his throat. If I may, Amelia, perhaps we could assign someone to check in on Mrs. Dursley periodically. To help with the training and ensure there are no further incidents. That seems reasonable, Madam Bones agreed. Mrs. Dursley, would that be acceptable to you? Someone from the ministry visiting occasionally, discreetly, to assist you? Petunia hesitated, then nodded. As long as they come when Vernon isn't home. Of course. Madam Bones stood up. Well, I believe that concludes our business here. Mr. Potter, a pleasure to see you again. Mrs. Dursley, you'll be contacted within the week regarding your training. They all stood. Harry noticed that Aunt Petunia seemed lighter somehow, as if a burden had been lifted from her shoulders. She led the visitors to the door, thanking them in a voice that trembled only slightly. As Mr. Weasley was leaving, he turned back to Harry. The offer still stands, by the way. To visit the Burrow for the rest of the summer. Ron would be delighted, and Molly's been cooking up a storm in anticipation. I'd love to, Harry said, glancing at Aunt Petunia. If that's all right. Petunia hesitated, then nodded. Yes. Yes, that would be fine. Excellent. Mr. Weasley beamed. I'll send an owl with the details. Good day, Mrs. Dursley. Thank you for your hospitality. After they left, Harry and Petunia stood in the hallway, an awkward silence stretching between them. So, Harry said finally. That went better than expected. Yes. Petunia smoothed her dress, her hands still trembling slightly. They were, kinder than I anticipated. They're not all bad, you know. Magical people. I know. She met his eyes briefly. Your mother certainly wasn't. Another silence, less awkward this time. Did you mean it? Harry asked. About me going to the Weasleys? Yes. Petunia took a deep breath. You should be with your kind of people. And I think we both need some time to process everything that's happened. Harry nodded, relieved. He loved the burrow, with its chaos and warmth and magic. After the revelations of the past few days, he needed that normalcy, or what passed for normalcy in the wizarding world. Before you go, Petunia said hesitantly, there's something I want to give you. She led him upstairs to her bedroom, where she opened the drawer of her bedside table, the same drawer Harry had seen her hiding something in days earlier. She withdrew a small box and handed it to him. I've kept these hidden for years, she said softly. From Vernon, from Dudley. From myself, in a way. Harry opened the box. Inside were photographs, magical photographs, the people within them moving and smiling. Lily Potter, her red hair gleaming in sunlight, laughing at the camera. James Potter with his arm around her. Baby Harry zooming around on a tiny broomstick. Lily and Petunia as teenagers, arms linked, both smiling. These are. Harry's voice caught in his throat. Memories, Petunia said. The ones I tried to forget. The ones I should have shared with you long ago. She touched the photo of herself and Lily with a trembling finger. This was the summer before her final year at Hogwarts. Before everything fell apart between us. Harry looked up at his aunt, seeing the naked longing in her eyes as she gazed at the photo of her sister. What happened? Between you two? Petunia withdrew her hand, her expression closing off. That's a story for another time, perhaps. She nodded at the box. Those are yours now. You should have them. Thank you, Harry said, and meant it. These photographs were more precious than anything the Dursleys had ever given him. Really, thank you. Petunia nodded, not quite meeting his eyes. I'll help you pack for the Weasleys. When will they be coming for you? I'm not sure. Mr. Weasley said he'd send an owl. An owl. Petunia shuddered slightly. I'll never get used to that. Harry smiled, tucking the box of photographs into his pocket. You might have to, being a squib and all. For a moment, he thought he'd gone too far. Then, to his astonishment, Aunt Petunia's lips twitched in what might almost have been a smile. I suppose I might, she said. 3 days later, Harry stood in the Dursleys' front garden, his trunk packed, Hedwig's cage in hand. Mr. Weasley would be arriving any minute to take him to the Burrow for the rest of the summer. Uncle Vernon had been furious when he'd returned from London to find Harry preparing to leave, but his anger had quickly turned to delight at the prospect of being rid of his nephew earlier than expected. Dudley, too, had been pleased, though mostly because it meant Harry wouldn't be around to witness his inevitable failure to stick to the diet Smeltings had prescribed for him. Aunt Petunia stood in the doorway, watching Harry wait. She hadn't said much since the visit from the ministry, retreating into herself as if overwhelmed by the events of the past week. Harry couldn't blame her. Her entire worldview had been upended, not just by the revelation of her own magical abilities, but by her confession to Harry about her feelings for his mother. They hadn't spoken about that part again. It hung between them, too raw and complicated to address directly. But Harry had found himself looking at his aunt differently, seeing beyond the bitter, horse-faced woman to the girl she must have been, the girl who had loved her sister too much and in the wrong way, who had buried that love under layers of resentment and denial until it poisoned everything around her. It didn't excuse the way she treated him. Nothing could excuse that. But it helped him understand, a little. A car pulled up at the curb, a ministry car, Harry realized, with Mr. Weasley in the passenger seat. As Mr. Weasley climbed out, waving enthusiastically, Harry turned to Aunt Petunia. So, he said awkwardly. I guess I'll see you next summer. Petunia nodded, her arms wrapped around herself. Yes. Next summer. She hesitated, then added, perhaps it will be different. Maybe, Harry said, not willing to commit to more than that. Good luck with the training. The meditation and stuff. Thank you. She glanced at Mr. Weasley, who was now approaching with a broad smile. You should go. Your friend is waiting. Harry picked up his trunk. Bye, then. Harry. Petunia's voice stopped him. He turned back to see her standing straighter, a resolve in her face he hadn't seen before. I'm sorry. For everything. I know it's not enough, but I'm sorry. It wasn't enough. Not nearly enough for years of cupboards and hunger and emotional abuse. But it was a start. I know, Harry said. Goodbye, Aunt Petunia. As he walked away with Mr. Weasley, he didn't look back. But he could feel her eyes on him, those eyes so different from his mother's, yet carrying the same burden of forbidden love. In his pocket, the box of photographs pressed against his chest, a weight and a comfort. He would look at them later, when he was alone, and try to reconcile the smiling, loving Lily in those images with the twisted, complex figure of his aunt's impossible desire. For now, though, he was going to the burrow. To friends, to warmth, to magic openly embraced rather than fearfully suppressed. To a place where he could begin to process the strange revelations of this strangest of summers. Mr. Weasley chatted happily as they drove away, asking about Muggle traffic lights and garden hoses, but Harry was only half listening. His mind was still at number 4, Privet Drive, with the aunt who had hated him because she had loved his mother, loved her in a way that had broken something inside her, something she had spent a lifetime trying to fix. She would be so proud of you, Harry. The words echoed in his mind, the kindest thing Aunt Petunia had ever said to him. And despite everything, the years of mistreatment, the lies, the complicated tangle of love and hate that had defined his life with the Dursleys, he found himself hoping that Petunia would find some peace with who she was. Not for her sake, perhaps, but for his own. Because as long as she remained broken by her forbidden love, so too would a part of his mother's memory. And that, Harry couldn't bear. Chapter 2, Sisterhood. Snow fell softly outside the Hogwarts Express as Harry stared at the letter in his hands. He'd read it at least 20 times since it had arrived that morning, carried by an ordinary postal owl rather than the usual ministry ones. His hands trembled slightly as he traced his aunt's cramped handwriting. Harry, I know you probably never want to see me again after everything that happened this summer. I wouldn't blame you. But there are things I need to tell you. Things about your mother. About me. Things you deserve to know. Vernon and Dudley will be visiting Marge over the Christmas holiday. I'll be alone at Privet Drive from the 23rd to the 26th. If you could find it in yourself to come, even for a day, I would be grateful. I understand if you choose not to. Petunia. No, Aunt, before her name. No threats or demands. Just a simple request that had thrown Harry's holiday plans into chaos. You're not seriously considering it, are you? Ron asked from across the compartment, his expression incredulous. After everything she's done? Harry folded the letter and tucked it back into his pocket. I don't know. She treated you horribly for 12 years, Ron continued, and now you're just going to go running back because she sent you a letter? It's not that simple, Harry said, turning to look out the window at the snowy countryside rushing by. You weren't there this summer. You didn't see her. See what? Hermione asked, closing the book she'd been pretending to read while actually listening to their conversation. Harry hesitated. He hadn't told his friends everything about that strange week at Privet Drive, about Aunt Petunia breaking the glass, about her confession, about the box of photographs. Some things felt too private, too confusing to share. She's different now, he said finally. Or trying to be, anyway. And she wants to tell me about my mom. That, at least, was true. And it was the main reason Harry was considering the visit. He had so few connections to his parents, their photographs, his father's invisibility cloak, snippets of stories from their friends. The chance to learn more, especially from someone who had known his mother since childhood, was hard to resist. "I still think it's a trap," Ron muttered. Hermione shot him a reproachful look. "It's Harry's decision, Ron." She turned to Harry. "Just be careful, okay? And remember, you can always leave if things get uncomfortable." Harry nodded, grateful for her understanding. As the train continued its journey back to London, he stared out at the gathering darkness, wondering what secrets awaited him at number 4, Privet Drive. The house looked the same as always, aggressively ordinary, with its perfectly trimmed hedges and gleaming windows. But as Harry stood on the doorstep, suitcase in hand, he felt as if he were approaching a stranger's home rather than the place where he'd spent most of his life. He rang the doorbell, shifting nervously from foot to foot. It was the 23rd of December, and a light snow was falling, dusting his shoulders and hair. After a moment, he heard footsteps, and then the door opened. Aunt Petunia stood there, looking so different from his mental image of her that Harry almost didn't recognize her. Her hair was loose around her shoulders rather than in its usual tight style, and she wore jeans and a simple sweater instead of one of her floral dresses. Most shocking of all was her expression, uncertain, almost vulnerable. "Harry," she said, her voice softer than he'd ever heard it. "You came." "I said I would," Harry replied, suddenly awkward. What was the protocol here? Should he hug her? Shake hands? In the end, he did neither, just stood there with his suitcase, waiting. Petunia stepped back, opening the door wider. "Come in. You must be freezing." The house smelled of cinnamon and pine, festive scents that had never been part of Harry's experience at Privet Drive. A small Christmas tree stood in the living room, decorated with tasteful gold and silver ornaments. Presents were arranged beneath it, though presumably for Dudley rather than Harry. "I've made up your room," Petunia said, leading him upstairs. "Your usual room, I mean. Dudley's second bedroom." "Thanks," Harry said, still feeling off balance in this bizarrely polite version of his aunt. "When did they leave?" "This morning." Vernon was. She hesitated. "He wasn't happy when I said I wasn't going with them. But I told him I had too much to prepare for Christmas dinner, and that seemed to satisfy him." They reached the bedroom, which had been cleaned and prepared with fresh linens. To Harry's surprise, there was even a small wrapped package on the pillow. "It's nothing much," Petunia said, noticing his gaze. Well, you can open it later, if you want." Harry set his suitcase down, trying to reconcile this nervous, almost gentle woman with the aunt who had made his childhood a misery. "This is weird," he said finally. A flicker of a smile crossed Petunia's face. Yes, I suppose it is." She hesitated, then added, "I've made dinner. Nothing fancy, just a shepherd's pie. It'll be ready in about 20 minutes, if you want to unpack and wash up." Harry nodded, and Petunia retreated, closing the door softly behind her. For a moment, Harry just stood there, taking in the surreal normalcy of it all. Then, curious, he picked up the gift from his pillow. It was wrapped in simple red paper with a small gold bow, nothing like the extravagant wrappings Dudley's presents usually sported. Harry turned it over in his hands, then carefully unwrapped it. Inside was a small, leather-bound book. Opening it, Harry found blank pages, save for an inscription on the first, "For memories, both the ones you have and the ones you make." P.A. journal. Aunt Petunia had given him a journal. Harry ran his fingers over the soft leather, feeling oddly touched. It was a thoughtful gift, something personal. The kind of thing he'd never expected from her. Placing the journal on the bedside table, Harry began to unpack. As he did, he caught sight of himself in the mirror on the wardrobe door, his unruly hair, his green eyes so like his mother's. The eyes that had haunted Aunt Petunia for years, reminding her of a love she couldn't have. The thought made him uncomfortable, as it always did. There was something deeply unsettling about knowing his aunt had harbored romantic feelings for her own sister. It crossed lines that weren't meant to be crossed, violated taboos so strong that even thinking about them felt wrong. And yet, Harry couldn't help but feel a grudging pity for her. To love someone you could never have, someone you weren't supposed to love that way, it must have been a special kind of torture. But it didn't excuse what she'd done to him. Nothing could excuse that. With a sigh, Harry finished unpacking and headed downstairs, bracing himself for an evening of awkward conversation and unspoken tensions. To Harry's surprise, dinner wasn't as uncomfortable as he'd feared. Aunt Petunia asked polite questions about school, carefully avoiding any mention of magic, and Harry gave equally polite, sanitized answers. They talked about the weather, about the Christmas decorations in London, about Dudley's ongoing struggle with his diet. Safe topics, neutral ground. It wasn't until they'd finished eating and moved to the living room with cups of tea that Petunia broached the real reason for his visit. "I meant what I wrote in my letter," she said, setting her cup down on a coaster. "There are things you should know. About your mother. About us." Harry nodded, watching as she rose and went to a cabinet in the corner. She unlocked it with a small key from her pocket and withdrew a bottle of whiskey and a glass. "Do you mind?" she asked, holding up the bottle. "This isn't easy for me to talk about." "Go ahead," Harry said, surprised. He'd never seen Aunt Petunia drink anything stronger than wine. She poured herself a generous measure and took a long sip, closing her eyes briefly as the liquor burned its way down her throat. Then she returned to her seat, cradling the glass. "Where to begin?" she murmured, more to herself than to Harry. "I suppose, with the day Lily got her letter." 1971 Petunia woke to the sound of screaming, high, excited screams that could only belong to Lily. She groaned and pulled her pillow over her head, but it did little to muffle her sister's enthusiasm. "Mom! Dad! Look what came in the mail! Look!" Reluctantly, Petunia got out of bed and padded to her bedroom door, opening it a crack to peer out. Lily was dancing around the hallway in her nightgown, waving an envelope made of some thick, yellowish paper. "It's real!" Lily cried, her face alight with joy. "Sev was right. I'm a witch. I'm going to Hogwarts." Petunia's stomach clenched. That awful Snape boy had been filling Lily's head with nonsense for months, tales of magic and wizards and a special school where Lily would learn to cast spells. Petunia had dismissed it as childish fantasy, a game between two odd children. But now, seeing the official-looking envelope in Lily's hand, she felt a cold dread spreading through her. "Let me see that," their father said, taking the letter from Lily's hand. His brow furrowed as he read it. "This has to be some kind of prank." "It's not a prank, Dad. It's real. Sev said someone from the school would come explain everything. They might even be here today." "Severus Snape?" their mother asked, her expression concerned. "That strange boy from Spinner's End?" "Lily, has he been putting ideas in your head?" "He hasn't been putting ideas in my head. He saw me do magic, real magic. Remember when I made the flowers bloom in my hand? And when I jumped off the swing and floated down? That was magic." Petunia pushed her door open wider and stepped into the hallway. "Don't be stupid, Lily. There's no such thing as magic." Lily whirled to face her, green eyes flashing. "Yes, there is. And I can do it. I'm a witch, Toonie, a real witch." "You're a freak, that's what you are," Petunia snapped, the words tumbling out before she could stop them. "And that Snape boy is a liar." Hurt flashed across Lily's face, quickly replaced by anger. "He's not a liar. He's my friend, and he's a wizard, and I'm a witch, and you're just jealous because you're ordinary." The word struck Petunia like a physical blow. Ordinary. Plain. Unremarkable. All the things she knew herself to be, especially in comparison to Lily, who was pretty and popular and special even without this supposed magic. "Girls, that's enough," their father said firmly. "Lily, put the letter away for now. If someone comes to explain it, we'll listen. Until then, let's not jump to conclusions." But Petunia could see in her parents' eyes that they already half believed it. They'd seen the strange things Lily could do, had marveled at her unexplainable talents. If someone came and told them their daughter was magical, they would accept it readily. Would be proud of it. While Petunia remained ordinary. She turned and fled back to her room, slamming the door behind her. Throwing herself on her bed, she buried her face in her pillow to muffle her sobs. It wasn't fair. It wasn't fair that Lily got everything: beauty, charm, friends, and now magic too. What did Petunia have? Good grades, a tidy room, the ability to follow rules. Nothing special. Nothing magical. A soft knock at her door interrupted her tears. "Toonie." Lily's voice, hesitant. "Can I come in?" "Go away." The door opened anyway, and Lily slipped inside, her red hair still tousled from sleep, her green eyes bright with excitement despite the recent argument. "I'm sorry I called you ordinary," she said, sitting on the edge of Petunia's bed. "You're not ordinary at all. You're the best sister in the world." Petunia sat up, wiping her tears with the back of her hand. "You don't mean that. You think I'm boring." "No, I don't." Lily reached for Petunia's hand, her touch warm and familiar. "You're smart and organized and you always know the right thing to do. I wish I could be more like you sometimes." The words soothed Petunia's hurt, though she knew they weren't entirely true. No one wanted to be like her when they could be like Lily. "Is it really real?" she asked, her voice small. "The magic thing?" Lily nodded, her eyes shining. "It's real, Toonie. And it's wonderful. But..." She squeezed Petunia's hand. "It doesn't change anything between us. You're still my sister. My best friend." But even as Lily spoke the words, Petunia knew they weren't true. Magic would change everything. It would take Lily away to a world where Petunia couldn't follow. A world where she didn't belong. She was so excited, Petunia said, staring into her now empty whiskey glass. So full of joy. And I was so jealous. Harry watched as she poured herself another drink, her hand steadier now. The alcohol had loosened her tongue, brought color to her cheeks. "That was when it started to change between us," Petunia continued. "When she got her letter. Before that, we'd been so close. Did everything together. But after, she had this whole other world. This magical world that I couldn't be part of." "Did you try?" Harry asked. "To be part of it?" Petunia's laugh was bitter. "Oh, I tried. God, how I tried." She took another sip of whiskey. "Did you know I wrote to Dumbledore? Begged him to let me come to Hogwarts too." Harry's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "You did?" "Snuck into Lily's room and found the owl she used to send her acceptance letter. Wrote my own letter, asking, no, pleading, to be allowed to attend." Petunia shook her head at the memory. "He wrote back, of course. Very kind, very gentle. Said he was sorry, but Hogwarts was only for those with magical abilities." "But you do have magical abilities," Harry pointed out. "You're a squib. You can do some magic." "Not enough. Never enough." Petunia's fingers tightened around her glass. "And back then, I didn't even know I had that much. I thought I was completely non-magical. Just, ordinary." The words seemed to cause her physical pain, and Harry found himself wondering if that was at the root of her obsession with normalcy, her fear of being ordinary, of being less special than her sister. "Anyway," Petunia continued, "Lily went off to Hogwarts, and I stayed behind. My parents were so proud of her, so excited. They bragged about her to all their friends, their daughter, the witch. While I just became our other daughter, Petunia. I'm sure that's not true, Harry said, though he had no way of knowing. Petunia smiled thinly. You're kind to say so. But it was. It wasn't their fault, not really. They loved me. But Lily. Lily shone so bright, it was hard to see anyone else when she was around. She fell silent, lost in memories. Harry waited, giving her time. Outside, the snow continued to fall, coating Privet Drive in a blanket of white. The worst part, Petunia said finally, was the summers. When she came home full of stories about spells and potions and flying broomsticks. She tried to include me, at first. Showed me her textbooks, her wand. Told me about her friends and her classes. But it just made the distance between us more obvious. So you pushed her away, Harry guessed. Petunia nodded, her eyes distant. It hurt less that way. To pretend I didn't care, that I thought it was all freakish and strange. Better that than to admit how desperately I wanted what she had. She drained her glass and set it down with a decisive click. It's getting late. We should get some rest. We can continue this tomorrow, if you want. Harry wanted to press for more, but he could see the exhaustion in her face, the emotional toll of revisiting these old wounds. Okay, he said, standing up. Tomorrow. As he climbed the stairs to his room, Harry's mind whirled with this new perspective on his mother and aunt. He'd always imagined his mother as the victim of Petunia's jealousy and prejudice, and she had been, in many ways. But he'd never considered how it must have felt for Petunia, watching her sister enter a magical world while she remained behind. It didn't excuse the way she treated him, but it added layers to a relationship he'd always viewed as black and white. In his room, Harry picked up the journal Petunia had given him. He opened it to the first page and, after a moment's hesitation, began to write. December 23, 1993. I never thought I'd be back at Privet Drive willingly, especially not for Christmas. But here I am, and everything's different. Aunt Petunia is different. Or maybe I'm seeing her differently. I don't know. She's been telling me about my mum. About how close they were as kids, before Hogwarts. About how everything changed when Mum got her letter. I always knew Aunt Petunia was jealous, but I never really thought about why, or how it must have felt to be left behind. It's weird to think of them as sisters who loved each other. Weirder still to think of Aunt Petunia loving my mum the way she says she did. I still don't know how I feel about that part. It's... Harry paused, pen hovering over the paper. How did he feel about Petunia's forbidden love for Lily? Uncomfortable, certainly. Confused. A little disgusted, if he was being honest with himself. But also, strangely, sad. Sad for the young girl who had loved where she shouldn't, who had turned that love into resentment and bitterness rather than face it. Complicated, he finished, unable to articulate his tangled emotions. Everything about this is complicated. He closed the journal and placed it on the bedside table. Through the window, he could see the snow still falling, transforming the familiar landscape of Privet Drive into something softer, almost magical in the moonlight. Tomorrow, he would learn more about his mother. About the sister Petunia had loved and lost, in more ways than one. Harry woke to the smell of bacon and coffee wafting up from the kitchen. For a moment, he was disoriented, the familiar yet unfamiliar room, the absence of Ron's snoring, the winter light streaming through the window. Then he remembered where he was, and why. He dressed quickly and headed downstairs to find Aunt Petunia at the stove, frying bacon and eggs. She looked up when he entered, offering a small, tentative smile. "Good morning. I hope you slept well." "Yeah, fine, thanks," Harry said, sliding into his usual seat at the table. There was already a glass of orange juice waiting for him. "I'm making a full English," Petunia said, returning her attention to the frying pan. "I remember you like it." Harry couldn't recall ever telling her that, but he nodded anyway. Sounds great. As she cooked, Harry noticed an empty wine glass on the counter, suggesting she'd started drinking earlier than he'd expected. The observation made him uneasy, though he wasn't sure why. Perhaps because it seemed so at odds with the controlled, proper Aunt Petunia he'd known all his life. She served the food, bacon, eggs, sausages, beans, toast, and sat down opposite him with just a cup of coffee for herself. "Aren't you eating?" Harry asked. Petunia shook her head. "Not hungry." "Go ahead, before it gets cold." Harry began to eat, surprised by how good everything tasted. Aunt Petunia had always been a competent cook, but she'd rarely put much effort into meals meant for him. "This is really good," he said between bites. A flush of pleasure crossed her face. "Thank you. I used to cook for Lily when we were teenagers. Our parents worked, so I'd make dinner most nights. She loved my shepherd's pie." "The one we had last night?" Petunia nodded. "Her favorite. She'd ask for it whenever she came home from school." "What else did she like?" Harry asked, hungry for these small details about his mother. "Chocolate cake with raspberry filling. Earl Grey tea with too much sugar. Those awful cheese and onion crisps that smell up the whole house." A fond smile played at Petunia's lips. She had terrible taste in music, all that punk rock nonsense. Used to drive our parents mad, playing it at full volume in her room. Harry tried to imagine it, his mother as a teenager, blasting punk rock in her bedroom at Privet Drive. It was a version of Lily Potter he'd never envisioned. "What else?" he prompted. "What was she like at my age?" Petunia's expression softened. "Brilliant. Fierce. She had such strong opinions about everything, and she wasn't afraid to voice them. Got her in trouble sometimes, especially at school." She took a sip of coffee. "She was popular, but not in that superficial way some girls are. People were drawn to her because she was genuinely kind. She saw the best in everyone. Even Snape." Harry couldn't help asking. He'd heard enough about the unpleasant potions master's history with his mother to be curious. Petunia's face darkened. Severus Snape was the worst thing that ever happened to Lily. He was the one who told her she was a witch, who introduced her to that world. If it hadn't been for him. She trailed off, but Harry could finish the sentence. If it hadn't been for Snape, perhaps Lily would have remained in the Muggle world with Petunia. Perhaps she wouldn't have met James Potter. Perhaps she wouldn't have died. "He was awful," Petunia continued, her voice tight with old anger. "Skulking around in those ridiculous clothes, looking down on everyone who wasn't magical. He was obsessed with Lily, followed her around like a shadow. I knew he was dangerous from the moment I met him." "Dangerous how?" "There was something dark about him. Even as a child. And later, when they were at Hogwarts, he got mixed up with that crowd, the ones who believed in blood purity, who thought Muggles were beneath them." Petunia's hands trembled slightly around her coffee cup. "Lily defended him for years, insisted he wasn't like the others. Until he called her that word." "Mudblood," Harry said, remembering what he'd heard about the incident that had ended his mother's friendship with Snape. Petunia flinched at the word. "Yes. That. After that, she finally saw him for what he was." "But you saw it all along." "I did." Petunia set her cup down. "Not that she listened to me. By then, she barely listened to anything I said." A silence fell between them, heavy with unspoken histories. Harry finished his breakfast, his mind swirling with these new pieces of his mother's past. "I have something to show you," Petunia said abruptly, standing up. "Finish your breakfast, and then come upstairs." Petunia led him to the attic, a space Harry had never been allowed to enter during his years at Privet Drive. She unlocked the door with a key from her pocket and switched on the light, revealing a space cluttered with boxes and old furniture. "Vernon never comes up here," she said, picking her way through the maze of stored items. "Allergic to dust, he says." She stopped at a large trunk in the corner, its brass fittings tarnished with age. Kneeling before it, she produced another key and unlocked it, then lifted the lid. "These are my memories," she said softly. "The ones I couldn't bring myself to destroy, but couldn't bear to look at either." Harry knelt beside her, peering into the trunk. It was filled with objects, photo albums, letters, books, small trinkets. Petunia lifted out a photo album bound in faded blue fabric and opened it, revealing pictures of two young girls, one with red hair and bright green eyes, the other with blonde hair and a thin face. "That's us at the seaside, summer of 1969, Petunia said, pointing to a photo of the girls building a sandcastle. "Lily was 11, I was 13. Our last holiday before she got her letter." She turned the pages, showing Harry more glimpses of his mother's childhood, Lily on a swing, Lily blowing out candles on a birthday cake, Lily and Petunia in matching Christmas sweaters, arms around each other, smiling. "We were so close then," Petunia murmured, her finger tracing the outline of Lily's face in one of the photos. "I can hardly remember what that felt like now." She set the album aside and reached into the trunk again, this time withdrawing a small wooden box. Opening it, she revealed a collection of dried flowers pressed between pieces of wax paper. "Lily made these bloom in her hand," Petunia explained, her voice distant with memory. "It was one of the first signs of her magic. She'd pick a flower, cup it in her palms, and when she opened her hands again, it would be fully bloomed, no matter what stage it had been in before." Harry touched one of the pressed flowers gently, trying to imagine his mother's small hands coaxing it to bloom through sheer magical will. "After she died," Petunia continued, "I found these in her old school trunk. Seems she'd kept them all those years too." One by one, she showed him the treasures she'd kept hidden, Lily's childhood books with her name written in careful cursive on the inside covers, a mixtape Lily had made for Petunia one Christmas, labeled, "Fortuny, with love," a bracelet of woven threads that Lily had made at summer camp. Each item came with a story, a memory shared in Petunia's increasingly slurred voice. Harry realized she'd been sipping from a flask as they explored the trunk, the alcohol loosening her tongue, breaking down the barriers she'd maintained for so long. "And this," Petunia said, reaching into the very bottom of the trunk, "this is the last thing she gave me." She withdrew a small, wrapped package, the paper yellowed with age, the ribbon faded. The gift tag was still attached, to Petunia, "Love always, Lily." "I never opened it," Petunia said, her voice catching. "It came a week before she died. A birthday present. I was so angry with her then, so bitter about everything, her marriage, her son, her perfect magical life. I threw it in a drawer, told myself I'd open it later when I was less angry." Her hands trembled around the package. "And then she was gone, and I couldn't bring myself to open it. It was the last thing she'd ever give me." Harry stared at the package, feeling a lump form in his throat. "What do you think it is?" "I don't know." Petunia ran her fingers over the wrapping, a gesture she must have performed countless times over the years. "Sometimes I think about opening it. But then it wouldn't be a gift from Lily anymore. It would just be an object. This way, it's still a connection. Still a possibility." She placed the gift carefully back into the trunk, her movements gentle, almost reverent. "Why are you showing me all this?" Harry asked. "After all these years of pretending she didn't exist, of refusing to talk about her." Petunia closed the trunk lid slowly, her gaze fixed on her hands. "Because I'm tired, Harry. Tired of pretending. Tired of hating. Tired of being afraid." She looked up at him, her eyes bloodshot from alcohol and unshed tears. "And because you deserve to know her. The real her, not just the saint or the witch or the mother, but the girl. The sister." She swallowed hard. "The woman I loved." There it was again, the uncomfortable truth that Petunia had dropped on him last summer. Harry still didn't know how to respond to it, so he focused on the easier part of her statement. "Thank you," he said. "For showing me these things. For telling me about her. Petunia nodded, then rose unsteadily to her feet. We should go back downstairs. I need another drink. Harry followed her down from the attic, concerned by her increasing reliance on alcohol but unsure how to address it. This was a side of Aunt Petunia he'd never seen before, vulnerable, nostalgic, almost human. It was disarming, and Harry found himself torn between sympathy for her pain and lingering resentment for how that pain had been transferred to him throughout his childhood. Back in the living room, Petunia poured herself a generous measure of whiskey and sank onto the sofa. Outside, the snow had stopped falling, and weak winter sunlight streamed through the windows. Tell me about your school, she said suddenly. Your magical school. Harry blinked in surprise. You want to know about Hogwarts? I do. She took a sip of her drink. Lily loved it so much. I want to understand why. So Harry told her, about the castle with its moving staircases and talking portraits, about the feasts in the Great Hall and the cozy Gryffindor common room, about his classes and his friends. He found himself censoring the more dangerous aspects, the troll, the basilisk, Sirius Black, focusing instead on the wonder and joy of the magical world. To his amazement, Petunia listened with genuine interest, occasionally asking questions or making connections to things Lily had mentioned years ago. It was the most normal conversation they'd ever had. And you're happy there? She asked when he'd finished. It's a good place for you. The best, Harry said honestly. It's the first place that ever felt like home. Pain flickered across Petunia's face at his words, but she nodded. Good. That's good. Lily would want that for you. Would she? Harry couldn't help asking. Would she want me living with people who hated me, who lied to me about who I was, who called me a freak every day of my life? The words hung in the air between them, harsh and accusatory. Petunia flinched, then drained her glass in one long swallow. No, she said finally, her voice small. No, she wouldn't. She'd be furious with me. Rightly so. She set her empty glass down with a click. I failed her, Harry. In the worst possible way. I took my anger, my bitterness, my inappropriate feelings for her, and I punished you for them. Her son. The person she loved most in the world. Her voice broke. I can never make that right. Then why try? Harry demanded, his own anger surging to the surface. Why this sudden change? Why the presents and the stories and the apologies? What's the point, after all this time? Petunia closed her eyes, her face lined with exhaustion and regret. Because I'm afraid, Harry. Afraid of dying with this poison still inside me. Afraid of never making peace with what I did to you, with what I felt for her. She opened her eyes, meeting his gaze directly. And because I think my magic is getting stronger. What do you mean? Ever since that day with Marge, it's been happening more often. Things breaking when I'm upset. Lights flickering. Once, I'm sure I made the kettle boil without turning it on. She ran a hand through her hair, a nervous gesture Harry had never seen from her before. It scares me. I've spent my whole life suppressing it, denying it, and now it's leaking out. That's what the ministry people said might happen, Harry reminded her. They said your magic would respond to strong emotions, that you needed to learn to control it. I've tried the meditation techniques they taught me. They don't help. Petunia reached for the whiskey bottle again. It's getting worse, Harry. And I don't know what to do. Maybe you should stop fighting it, Harry suggested. Maybe you should try to understand it instead. You don't understand. If Vernon found out. You keep saying that, but what exactly do you think he'd do? Throw you out? Divorce you? Possibly. Petunia's hands shook as she poured another drink. Or worse. Worse how? She shook her head, avoiding his gaze. Vernon has very strong feelings about anything abnormal, Especially magic. A chill ran through Harry as he processed the implication behind her words. Has he ever hurt you, Aunt Petunia? Not physically, she said quickly. Never that. But. She twisted her wedding ring around her finger, a nervous habit. There are other ways to hurt someone. Harry thought about Uncle Vernon's temper, his bullying nature, his barely contained violence. He'd never seen Vernon direct that rage at Petunia, but that didn't mean it hadn't happened behind closed doors. You could leave him, Harry said. You don't have to stay with someone who makes you afraid. Petunia laughed, a hollow sound. And go where? Do what? I have no career, no money of my own. And Dudley. Her expression softened at the mention of her son. He would never understand. He adores his father. But if Vernon is my husband, Petunia cut him off. For better or worse. I made that choice a long time ago, when I was trying to escape other feelings. She took another sip of whiskey. Besides, it's not always bad. He can be kind, in his way. And he's given me a stable life, security. A cage isn't security, Harry said. Petunia flinched as if he'd struck her. Perhaps not. But it's what I have. They fell silent, the weight of unspoken words hanging between them. Harry thought about all the times Uncle Vernon had raged at him, called him worthless, threatened him. Had he done the same to Aunt Petunia when they were alone? Had her sharp edges, her obsession with normality, her rigid control been a response to living with Vernon's volatile nature? I'm sorry, Harry said finally. For what I said yesterday, about you choosing Vernon over me. I didn't understand. Petunia nodded, accepting his apology with surprising grace. You couldn't have known. I've never let anyone see the reality of my marriage. Not even Lily, towards the end. She stood up, swaying slightly from the alcohol. I need some air. Would you walk with me? Just around the block. Harry hesitated, then nodded. Let me get my coat. The street was quiet, the snow from the night before untouched except for a few footprints. Petunia walked slowly, steadying herself with a hand on Harry's arm when the pavement grew slippery. She seemed smaller outside, somehow, less formidable than the aunt who had terrorized his childhood. This is where she lived, you know, Petunia said as they passed an ordinary-looking house 3 streets over from Privet Drive. After she graduated from Hogwarts, before she married your father. She rented a small flat here so she could be close to our parents. They were getting older, needed help with things. Harry stared at the house, trying to imagine his mother living there, perhaps visiting her parents for Sunday dinners, stopping by to help with household chores. A normal life, or as normal as a witch could have in the Muggle world. Were you still speaking then? He asked. Barely. Petunia's breath fogged in the cold air. I was already dating Vernon. Lily didn't approve, thought he was pompous and narrow-minded. She was right, of course, but I couldn't admit that. She smiled faintly. We'd see each other at our parents' house sometimes. Exchange stiff pleasantries. Pretend we weren't strangers wearing the faces of sisters. They continued walking, their footsteps crunching in the snow. Harry was struck by the normalcy of it all, just an aunt and nephew taking a Christmas Eve walk through a suburban neighborhood. As if the past 12 years of neglect and cruelty had never happened. As if Petunia hadn't confessed to loving her own sister in a way that society would condemn. Did she know? Harry asked suddenly. My mom. Did she know how you felt about her? Petunia was quiet for so long that Harry thought she might not answer. When she finally spoke, her voice was barely above a whisper. I think she suspected, towards the end. There was a moment. At her wedding. 1978 Petunia stood in the corner of the reception hall, a glass of champagne clutched in her hand like a shield. She'd done her duty, stood beside Lily during the ceremony, smiled for the photographs, pretended to be happy for her sister as she married that arrogant, messy-haired wizard who looked at Lily like she was the sun, moon, and stars combined. Now she just wanted to get through the rest of this terrible day without falling apart. The wedding was small by necessity. There was a war brewing in the wizarding world, apparently, though Lily had been vague about the details. Just close friends and family, held in a charming little wizard village with a ridiculous name. Godric's Hollow, or something equally absurd. Petunia felt painfully out of place among the wizards and witches in their strange robes and pointed hats. Vernon had refused to come, claiming a work emergency, but Petunia knew the real reason: he couldn't bear to be surrounded by freaks, as he called them. She couldn't blame him. She felt like a fish out of water herself. Toonie. Lily's voice behind her, soft and hesitant. Petunia turned to see her sister, radiant in her wedding dress, her red hair cascading down her back in loose curls, her green eyes bright with happiness. "Congratulations," Petunia said stiffly. "You and James seem suited to each other." "Thank you." Lily stepped closer, concern creasing her brow. "Are you okay? You've been standing over here alone for ages." "I'm fine. Just not in the mood to pretend I understand what these people are talking about with their spells and potions and whatnot." Lily sighed. "They're just people, Toonie. Different, yes, but still people. Not my kind of people." "No," Lily agreed, a note of sadness in her voice. "I suppose not." She hesitated, then held out her hand. "Dance with me?" Petunia stared at the offered hand as if it might bite her. "What? Dance with me? For old time's sake. Remember how we used to dance around the living room to Mum's records?" "We were children then," Petunia said, but even as she spoke, she found herself taking Lily's hand. It was warm and soft and familiar, and Petunia's heart clenched at the contact. Lily led her to the dance floor, where other couples were swaying to a slow, haunting melody played by enchanted instruments in the corner. She put her hands on Petunia's waist, and Petunia reluctantly placed hers on Lily's shoulders, maintaining as much distance between them as possible. "I've missed you," Lily said softly as they began to move to the music. "These past few years. I've missed my sister." "You've been busy," Petunia said, keeping her tone neutral. "New husband. New life. New world. It doesn't have to be like this between us, you know. We could still be close, even with everything." Petunia laughed bitterly. "No, Lily. We can't. You know we can't. Because of what I am, or because of how you feel about me?" The question hung in the air between them, dangerous and unexpected. Petunia faltered, missing a step in the dance. "What do you mean?" she managed, her voice strangled. Lily's eyes were gentle, full of compassion. "I'm not blind, Toonie. Or stupid. I've seen the way you look at me sometimes. The way you can't bear to be around me but can't stay away either. The way you flinch when I touch you, but lean into it at the same time." Petunia felt the blood drain from her face. "You're imagining things." "Am I?" Lily's gaze was steady, penetrating. "It's okay, you know. I'm not angry. I don't think you're wrong, or broken, or any of the things you probably think about yourself." "Stop," Petunia whispered, her heart pounding so hard she was sure everyone in the room could hear it. "Please, stop. I love you, Toonie. Not the way you want, maybe, but I do love you. And I hate that this has come between us. That you've pushed me away because of feelings you can't control." Tears burned in Petunia's eyes. She wanted to run, to flee this conversation and the terrible, wonderful feeling of being in Lily's arms, but her feet kept moving, kept following the steps of the dance. "It doesn't matter," she said finally, her voice tight. "It doesn't change anything. You're married now. You have your life, your world. And I have mine." "With Vernon?" Lily's tone made it clear what she thought of that choice. Yes, with Vernon. He's a good man. Stable. Normal. Petunia lifted her chin defiantly. He loves me. But do you love him? That's none of your business. Lily sighed, her breath warm against Petunia's cheek. I just want you to be happy, Toonie. That's all I've ever wanted. Then let me go, Petunia said, the words tearing from her like a confession. Let me build my life without you in it. It's the only way I can survive this. Pain flashed across Lily's face, but she nodded slowly. If that's what you need. The song was ending, and she stepped back, releasing Petunia from their dance. But know this, my door is always open to you. Always. No matter what. She leaned forward and pressed a soft kiss to Petunia's cheek, her lips lingering a moment too long. Then she was gone, swept back into the crowd, back to her new husband and her magical friends and the life that had never had room for Petunia. Petunia touched her cheek where Lily's lips had been, feeling the phantom warmth like a brand. Then she turned and walked out of the reception hall, out of the village, out of Lily's life. She never looked back. That was the last time I saw her, Petunia said, her voice hollow. At her wedding. We exchanged a few letters after that, mostly about our parents' health. And then they died, car accident, just a few months apart, and there was no reason to keep in touch. She swallowed hard. Until she sent me that birthday gift, a week before she died. They had circled back to Privet Drive, their footsteps leaving fresh tracks in the snow. Petunia paused at the gate, looking up at the house she'd lived in for over a decade. I built this life to forget her, she said softly. This perfectly ordinary, perfectly respectable life. And then you arrived on our doorstep, with her eyes, and it all came crashing down. Harry didn't know what to say to that. He'd always known he was an unwelcome reminder of his mother to Aunt Petunia, but he'd never understood the full complexity of that reminder. I'm sorry I took it out on you, Petunia continued, still looking at the house. You deserved better. She would have been, so angry with me, for how I treated you. Yeah, well, Harry said, unsure how to respond to this unprecedented apology. It's in the past. But it wasn't, not really. The years of neglect and cruelty had shaped him, had left marks that would never fully fade. He might understand Petunia better now, might even feel a reluctant sympathy for her, but understanding wasn't the same as forgiveness. Petunia seemed to sense this. She nodded once, sharply, then opened the gate. We should go inside. It's getting cold. They spent the rest of Christmas Eve in a strange, tentative peace. Petunia cooked dinner, another of Lily's favorites, she told Harry, and they ate at the kitchen table, sharing more stories about his mother. Petunia had stopped drinking quite so heavily, limiting herself to a single glass of wine with dinner. After they'd cleared away the dishes, Petunia disappeared upstairs, returning with a small stack of envelopes tied with a faded ribbon. These are the letters she sent me from Hogwarts, that first year, she explained, placing them on the table. Before everything changed between us. I thought you might like to read them. Harry touched the envelopes reverently, seeing his mother's handwriting for the first time, neat, rounded letters addressing each envelope to Miss Petunia Evans, at their childhood home. Thank you, he said, genuinely touched by the gift. I would. Very much. Petunia nodded, then glanced at the clock. It's late. We should get some rest. Tomorrow is Christmas, after all. As Harry headed upstairs with the precious letters, he couldn't help but marvel at the surreal turn his holiday had taken. Christmas at Privet Drive had never been a happy occasion for him, usually just another day of watching Dudley open mountains of presents while he received socks or coat hangers. But this year felt different. Not exactly joyful, but meaningful in a way he hadn't expected. In his room, Harry settled onto the bed and carefully untied the ribbon around the letters. He selected the first one, dated September 3, 1971, and began to read his mother's words for the first time. Dear Toonie, Hogwarts is amazing. I wish you could see it, a huge castle with moving staircases and talking portraits and ghosts floating through the walls. I was so nervous on the train, but I've already made friends in my house. We get sorted into houses based on our personalities. I'm in Gryffindor, which is for the brave. Classes started yesterday. My favorite so far is Charms, where we learn to make things float and change colors and all sorts of useful magic. The professor, Flitwick, says I have a natural talent for it. Isn't that exciting? Me, good at magic. Sev is in a different house, Slytherin, which apparently doesn't get along with Gryffindor very well. But we still meet up to study and explore the castle together. He knows so much about the magical world already. I miss you terribly, though. Whenever I see something wonderful, which is about every 5 minutes here, I think, I wish Petunia could see this. Maybe someday they'll let non-magical people visit. I'll ask the headmaster about it. Please write back soon and tell me everything happening at home. How's school? Have you asked out that boy you like, Michael? And is Mum still trying to grow those awful tomatoes in the garden? All my love, Lily. P.S. I'm sending this with a school owl. Just give him a treat, a bit of toast will do, and he'll bring your reply back to me. Harry smiled as he finished the letter, picturing his 11-year-old mother writing excitedly about her new magical world. He could almost feel her enthusiasm leaping off the page, her genuine desire to share her experiences with the sister she still loved and missed. He read several more letters, watching as Lily's initial boundless enthusiasm gradually tempered with concerns about the growing distance between her and Petunia. The letters became shorter, less frequent, with references to Petunia's increasingly cold replies. By Christmas, Lily was almost pleading for the closeness they'd once shared. I don't understand why you're so angry with me, Toonie. I haven't changed. I'm still your sister, still the same Lily who used to share your bed during thunderstorms and help you with your maths homework. Just because I'm learning magic doesn't make me different inside. Please don't shut me out. I need my big sister now more than ever. Harry's heart ached for both of them, for Lily, desperate to maintain her relationship with her sister despite the growing chasm between their worlds, and for Petunia, watching her beloved sister transform into someone she couldn't follow, couldn't understand, couldn't have. Eventually, he set the letters aside, too emotionally drained to read more. He picked up the journal Petunia had given him instead, opening to a fresh page. December 24, 1993. I read some of Mum's letters from Hogwarts tonight. It's weird seeing the castle through her eyes, everything new and magical and exciting. I felt the same way when I first arrived, but I never had anyone to write home to about it. No one who would have cared, anyway. Aunt Petunia showed me all these things she kept from their childhood, photos, pressed flowers, gifts from my mum. She's had them hidden in the attic all these years. She even has an unopened birthday present from Mum, sent right before she died. I'm starting to see Aunt Petunia differently. Not as just this bitter, hateful person, but as someone who's been carrying around this impossible love for decades, letting it poison her. It doesn't excuse how she treated me, but it makes her more human, I guess. She said something today that stuck with me, about being afraid of dying with all this poison still inside her. I think that's why she wanted me to come, why she's sharing all these memories and apologies. She's trying to make peace, in her own way. I don't know if I can forgive her. I don't know if I should. But I think I'm starting to understand her, and that's something I never expected. Harry closed the journal and set it aside. Through the window, he could see the stars bright in the clear winter sky. Somewhere out there, his parents were watching over him. He wondered what they would think of this strange Christmas, of Petunia's revelations, of his own conflicted feelings. He fell asleep still wondering, his mother's letters spread across the bed like fragments of a life he'd never known. Christmas Day dawned clear and cold. Harry woke to the smell of coffee and cinnamon, suggesting Aunt Petunia was already up and cooking. He dressed quickly and headed downstairs, surprised to find several wrapped presents waiting for him under the small Christmas tree. "Happy Christmas," Petunia said when she saw him, offering a tentative smile. She was wearing a red sweater he'd never seen before, her hair styled more casually than usual. "There's breakfast in the kitchen when you're ready." "Happy Christmas," Harry replied, eyeing the presents with confusion. "Are those for you?" "Yes." Petunia's cheeks colored slightly. "Nothing extravagant, but, well, it's Christmas." In all his years at Privet Drive, Harry had never received proper Christmas presents from the Dursleys, just token items like the occasional 50-pence piece or used handkerchief. This unexpected generosity left him momentarily speechless. "Thank you," he managed finally. That's really kind. It's the least I can do." Petunia glanced at the presents, then back at him. "Go on, open them if you want. Breakfast can wait." Harry sat on the floor beside the tree, feeling oddly young as he reached for the first package. It was wrapped in simple green paper with a gold ribbon, Slytherin colors, though Aunt Petunia wouldn't know that. The tag read simply, "To Harry, from Petunia." He unwrapped it carefully to find a leather-bound photo album similar to the one Hagrid had given him in his first year, but smaller and more elegant. Opening it, he discovered it was already partially filled with photographs, Muggle photographs of Lily as a child and teenager, carefully arranged in chronological order. "I made copies of some of the photos I showed you yesterday," Petunia explained, watching his reaction nervously. "Thought you might like to have them." "It's perfect," Harry said, genuinely touched. "Thank you." The second gift was a sweater in deep green, "to match your eyes," Petunia said shyly, and the third was a set of books by a Muggle author Lily had apparently loved as a teenager. Simple gifts, but thoughtful in a way Harry had never associated with his aunt. "I didn't get you anything," he admitted, feeling awkward. "I didn't expect you to," Petunia assured him. This isn't about exchange, Harry. It's about..." She trailed off, searching for the right words. "It's about trying to make things a little better. A little less wrong." Harry nodded, understanding. These gifts weren't just Christmas presents, they were part of Petunia's attempt at atonement, at bridging the vast gulf between them. "Thank you," he said again, holding the photo album close. "Really?" They had breakfast in the kitchen, waffles with whipped cream and berries, another of Lily's favorites, and spent the morning in a surprisingly companionable silence. Petunia read a novel while Harry pored over his mother's letters, occasionally sharing passages that made him laugh or wonder. It was the most peaceful Christmas Harry had ever experienced at Privet Drive. No Dudley throwing tantrums over gifts, no Vernon complaining about neighbors or work or Harry himself. Just quiet, and memories, and the tentative beginnings of something that might, someday, resemble healing. After lunch, as Harry was helping Petunia wash the dishes, a tapping at the window made them both look up. A small barn owl hovered outside, a letter clutched in its beak. Petunia tensed. "Is that, from your world?" "Probably from Ron or Hermione," Harry said, moving to open the window. The owl swooped in, dropped the letter on the counter, and immediately took off again. But the letter wasn't addressed to Harry. It was addressed to Petunia, in an elegant, unfamiliar handwriting. "Mrs. Petunia Dursley 4, Privet Drive Little Whinging," Surrey. Petunia stared at it as if it were a snake. "Who would be writing to me? No one in your world even knows me." "The Ministry does," Harry pointed out. "Maybe it's about your training." Petunia picked up the letter with trembling fingers and broke the plain wax seal. As she unfolded it, Harry noticed her face grow pale. "What is it?" he asked, alarmed by her expression. I don't know." She handed him the letter, her hand shaking. "Read it." Harry took the parchment and read the short message written in the same elegant script as the address. "I know what you are. I know what you feel for her. I know what you did to the boy. Blood must be repaid with blood. The time of reckoning approaches." There was no signature, no indication of who had sent it. Just those 3 chilling lines. "What does it mean?" Petunia whispered, her voice tight with fear. "Who would send such a thing?" Harry read the message again, a cold feeling settling in his stomach. I don't know. But it sounds like a threat. But who would threaten me? Who in your world even cares about me? Harry thought about it. The letter mentioned blood, which could be a reference to blood status or bloodlines, common themes in wizarding prejudice. But it also mentioned what Petunia had done to him, the boy, suggesting someone who knew about his treatment at the Dursleys. And most disturbing of all, it referenced Petunia's feelings for Lily, a secret she claimed no one knew except Harry himself. Have you received anything like this before? He asked. Petunia hesitated, then nodded. Once. About a month ago. I thought it was a prank, or a mistake. It just said, I know what you are, and judgment is coming. I threw it away. Why didn't you mention this yesterday? I'd almost forgotten about it. It seemed insignificant, compared to everything else we were discussing. She wrapped her arms around herself, suddenly looking small and afraid. Do you think it's dangerous? That whoever sent it might do something? Harry wished he could reassure her, but the wizarding world had taught him that threats were often very real. I think we should tell someone. Maybe write to Professor Dumbledore or, no. Petunia's voice rose in panic. No, we can't involve more people. What if Vernon finds out? Or Dudley? This is exactly what I've been afraid of all these years, the magical world intruding, exposing my secrets. But if someone's threatening you, it's probably nothing. A prank, like I said. Or a mistake. But her voice lacked conviction, and her eyes kept darting to the letter in Harry's hand. Let's just forget about it. Please. Harry wanted to argue, to insist they take the threat seriously, but he could see the genuine fear in Petunia's eyes. Not just fear of the threat itself, but fear of exposure, of her carefully constructed life crumbling around her. Okay, he said reluctantly. But if you get another one, you have to tell me. Promise? Petunia nodded, relief visible on her face. I promise. Thank you. But as Harry set the letter aside, he couldn't shake the feeling that this was more than a prank or a mistake. Someone was watching Aunt Petunia, someone who knew her deepest secrets. And they were angry enough to threaten her. The peaceful Christmas they'd been sharing suddenly felt fragile, overshadowed by this anonymous threat from the world Petunia had spent her life trying to avoid. That evening, after a subdued Christmas dinner, Harry sat in his room writing to Hermione. He'd decided not to tell Ron about the strange holiday with Aunt Petunia. Ron's hatred for the Dursleys ran too deep for him to understand the nuances of what was happening. But Hermione might. She had a way of seeing past the surface to the complicated truths underneath. Dear Hermione, Happy Christmas. I hope you're having a good holiday with your parents. You're probably wondering why I'm not at the Burrow. The truth is, I'm at Privet Drive. Aunt Petunia asked me to come for Christmas while Uncle Vernon and Dudley are away visiting Aunt Marge. I know it sounds mad, but something happened last summer that changed things between us. Remember when I told you about blowing up Aunt Marge? It turns out it wasn't me who did it. It was Aunt Petunia. She's a squib, Hermione. She has just enough magic to make things happen when she's really emotional, but not enough to control it properly. That's not the strangest part, though. She's been telling me about my mum, showing me photos and letters and things she kept hidden for years. And she told me, this is going to sound bizarre, that she was in love with my mother. Not just sister love, but romantic love. I know, it's weird and uncomfortable, but it explains so much about why she treated me the way she did. Every time she looked at me, she saw my mum's eyes, and it reminded her of this love she couldn't have and wasn't supposed to feel. She's apologized for how she treated me. Says she wants to try to make things better between us. I don't know if I can ever really forgive her, but I'm starting to understand her better, which is something, I guess. There's more, but it's too complicated to put in a letter. Can we talk when we get back to school? I could really use your perspective on all this. Your friend, Harry P.S. Don't tell Ron about any of this yet. You know how he feels about the Dursleys, and I don't think he'd understand. He sealed the letter, planning to send it with Hedwig when he got back to Hogwarts. As he put it aside, he heard a soft knock at his door. "Come in," he called. Petunia entered, looking uncertain. She'd changed into her dressing gown, her hair loose around her shoulders. "I'm heading to bed," she said. "I just wanted to check if you needed anything." "I'm fine, thanks," Harry said, still not quite used to this considerate version of his aunt. "Thanks again for the presents. They mean a lot." Petunia nodded, hovering awkwardly in the doorway. "I've been thinking about that letter. The threat. Yeah. Maybe you're right. Maybe we should tell someone." She twisted her hands together nervously. "I don't want to involve Dumbledore, too many complicated feelings there. But perhaps that ministry woman who came to the house. The one who was going to arrange training for me." "Madam Bones," Harry supplied. "Yeah, that's a good idea. We could write to her tomorrow." Petunia nodded, relief visible on her face. "Good. That's good." She hesitated, then added, "You leave the day after tomorrow, don't you? Back to school?" "Yeah, Mr. Weasley's coming to pick me up. I'll be spending the rest of the holiday at the Burrow." Harry paused, then asked, "Will you be okay? Here alone, I mean, with that threat and everything?" A shadow crossed Petunia's face. "I'll be fine. Vernon and Dudley will be back that evening. Things will go back to normal." The way she said, "normal," made Harry wonder if that was really what she wanted anymore, the rigid, controlled normalcy she'd constructed to suppress her true self. "You could come with me," he heard himself say. "To the Wizarding World. Just for a visit." The Weasleys would. "No," Petunia cut him off, but gently. "No, Harry. I'm not ready for that. I'm not sure I'll ever be ready for that." She offered a small, sad smile. "But thank you for offering." She turned to go, then paused. "I know these few days don't make up for anything. I know they don't erase years of what I did to you. But I hope they're a start." "They are," Harry said, and was surprised to find he meant it. "A small one, but a start." Petunia nodded, her expression grateful. "Good night, Harry." "Good night, Aunt Petunia." After she left, Harry found himself staring at the door, thinking about the complicated woman who had just wished him good night. Not the harsh, bitter aunt of his childhood, nor the broken, love-sick sister of the past 2 days, but something in between, a woman trying, however imperfectly, to make peace with her past and find a way forward. He wasn't sure if they could ever have a real relationship, not after everything that had happened. Too much damage had been done, too many years of neglect and cruelty. But maybe they could reach some kind of understanding, some mutual acknowledgement of the pain they'd both carried. It wasn't forgiveness, not yet. But it was something. The next morning, Harry woke to the sound of breaking glass. He bolted upright in bed, instantly alert. Sunlight streamed through his window, suggesting it was later than he usually woke. The house was quiet except for a soft, rhythmic sound from downstairs, something between sobbing and laughter. Harry pulled on his clothes quickly and hurried down the stairs. He found Aunt Petunia in the kitchen, sitting at the table with an empty wine bottle beside her and a half-full glass in her hand. Shards of another glass littered the floor, explaining the noise that had woken him. "Aunt Petunia," he said cautiously, approaching her. "Are you okay?" She looked up, her eyes red-rimmed and unfocused. "Harry," she slurred, attempting to smile. "Sorry about the noise. Dropped a glass." She waved vaguely at the mess on the floor. "Clumsy. Always so clumsy." Harry frowned, taking in the empty bottle and her disheveled appearance. "Have you been drinking all night?" "Not all night," she protested, taking another sip from her glass. "Just since I couldn't sleep." kept thinking about the letter. The threat. Her expression darkened. Blood must be repaid with blood. What does that even mean? I don't know, Harry said, grabbing the broom to sweep up the broken glass. But drinking isn't going to help, Aunt Petunia. Nothing helps, she muttered. Nothing ever helps. Not the drinking, not the therapy Vernon doesn't know about, not the pills the doctor prescribed. She laughed, a hollow sound. Not even confessing my darkest secrets to my nephew. Still feel broken. Still feel wrong. Harry swept the glass into a dustpan, uncomfortable with this raw, unfiltered version of his aunt. The controlled facade she'd maintained even through their emotional conversations had completely crumbled, revealing the damaged woman beneath. You should eat something, he said, moving to the refrigerator. And drink some water. You'll feel better. Such a good boy, Petunia murmured, watching him with bleary eyes. Just like her. Always thinking of others. She'd be so proud of you, you know. So proud. Harry busied himself making toast and tea, unsure how to respond to her drunken musings. When the food was ready, he set it in front of her along with a large glass of water. Eat, he instructed. And drink the water, not the wine. To his surprise, she complied, nibbling at the toast and sipping the water between bites. After a few minutes of silence, she seemed to sober slightly, her gaze becoming more focused. I'm sorry, she said, pushing the empty plate away. You shouldn't have to see me like this. It's okay, Harry said, though it wasn't, not really. Do you drink like this a lot? Petunia hesitated, then nodded, her eyes downcast. More than I should. Less than I want to. She fiddled with her water glass. It helps, sometimes. Makes the feelings less sharp. The feelings for my mum. Those. And others. She looked up, her gaze steady despite the alcohol. Do you know what it's like to hate yourself, Harry? To wake up every morning and look in the mirror and see someone you despise? The question caught him off guard. No, I guess not. I do. Every day for 20 years. She took another sip of water. I hate what I felt for Lily. I hate what I did to you because of it. I hate the life I've built on lies and denial. Her voice broke. Most of all, I hate that I'm too much of a coward to change any of it. Harry didn't know what to say to this naked admission of self-loathing. He'd spent years hating Aunt Petunia for her treatment of him, but he'd never considered that she might hate herself far more than he ever could. It's not too late, he said finally. To change things. You've already started, by telling the truth. By trying to make amends. Petunia smiled sadly. Some things can't be undone, Harry. Some damage can't be repaired. She stood up, steadier than he'd expected. I'm going to shower and change. Then we'll write that letter to the ministry woman. I'll feel better once that's done. She left the kitchen, leaving Harry to clean up the breakfast dishes and ponder the complexities of this woman he'd thought he knew. The aunt who had made his childhood a misery was also a woman drowning in self-hatred and regret, trapped in a life she'd built to escape feelings she couldn't control, numbing her pain with alcohol and denial. It didn't excuse what she'd done to him. But it made her human in a way she'd never been before, a flawed, broken human capable of both cruelty and remorse. Later that afternoon, after they'd written and sent a letter to Madame Bones explaining the threatening message, sanitized of the more personal details, Petunia suggested they take another walk. She seemed eager to get out of the house, away from the memory of her morning breakdown. They walked in silence for a while, following a different route than their previous excursion. The day was cold but clear, the winter sun casting long shadows across the neat suburban streets. I've been thinking, Petunia said eventually, her breath fogging in the cold air. About what happens after you go back to school. What do you mean? Things can't go back to how they were before. Not after everything. But I don't know how to move forward either. She glanced at him, her expression uncertain. Vernon would never understand any of this. Neither would Dudley. They see the world in black and white, normal and abnormal, right and wrong. And you don't see things that way anymore. Petunia sighed. I'm trying not to. It's difficult, after so many years of forcing myself into that mindset. But talking to you, sharing these memories, it's reminded me of who I used to be. Before I buried everything. Who was that? Harry asked, genuinely curious. Who were you before? A faint smile crossed her face. Curious. Emotional. I loved art and literature. Wanted to study English at university, maybe become a teacher. The smile faded. My parents couldn't afford to send us both to university, not with Lily's special school expenses. And then they died, and I met Vernon, and... She shrugged. Life happened. Harry tried to imagine this alternate version of his aunt, a young woman with dreams and passions, before bitterness and denial hardened her into the person he'd known all his life. It's not too late to be that person again, he suggested. You could take classes, or just read the books you used to love. You don't have to be defined by what happened with my mum. Petunia's expression turned wistful. Perhaps. When you're young, it seems like there's always time to reinvent yourself, to change course. When you're older, you realize how much of your life is already set in stone. She shook her head. But you're right. Small changes, at least, are still possible. They turned a corner, heading back toward Privet Drive. As they walked, Harry noticed Petunia gradually relaxing, her stride becoming more natural, her expression less guarded. It was as if being away from the house, away from the physical reminders of her constructed life, allowed her to be more authentic. I used to take Lily on walks like this, she said suddenly. When we were teenagers. She'd tell me about her day at that school, and I'd tell her about mine. For an hour or so, the differences between us didn't seem to matter. Do you think? Harry hesitated, not sure if he should ask the question forming in his mind. Do you think she knew how you felt about her? You said she suspected, but did she ever say anything directly? Petunia was quiet for a long moment. Once, she said finally. At her wedding. We danced, and she brought it up. Not accusingly, not with disgust. Just, acknowledging it. What did she say? That she wasn't angry. That she didn't think I was wrong or broken. That she still loved me, just not in the way I wanted. Petunia's voice caught. She said she wanted me to be happy, even if that meant letting her go. And did you? Let her go. I tried. God, how I tried. Petunia shook her head, tears glistening in her eyes. But then you arrived, with her eyes, and it all came flooding back. The love, the guilt, the shame. The grief. They walked in silence for a while, each lost in their own thoughts. Harry tried to imagine his mother at her wedding, compassionate even in the face of her sister's inappropriate love, still trying to maintain their bond despite everything. It aligned with everything he'd heard about Lily Potter, her kindness, her capacity for love and forgiveness. She must have been an amazing person, he said finally. My mum. She was, Petunia agreed softly. Flawed, like all of us, but special. Not just because of the magic, but because of who she was inside. She glanced at Harry. You're like her, you know. Not just the eyes. The way you care about people, even people who don't deserve it. Coming from Aunt Petunia, it was perhaps the highest compliment Harry had ever received. Thank you, he said simply. They had reached Privet Drive again. As they approached number 4, Harry noticed something odd, the front door was slightly ajar. Did you lock up when we left? He asked, suddenly alert. Petunia frowned. Of course I did. I always do. Harry put a hand on her arm, stopping her. "Wait here," he said, reaching for his wand in his pocket. "Let me check it out." "Harry, don't," but he was already moving toward the house, wand held low at his side, all his senses heightened. As he pushed the door open wider, he could see signs of disturbance inside, a picture frame knocked askew, a vase overturned on the side table. Someone had been in the house. Might still be there. "Stay back," he whispered to Petunia, who had followed him despite his warning. "If anything happens, run to Mrs. Fig's house. She'll know how to contact Dumbledore." "Mrs. Fig? What does she have to do with anything?" "Just trust me," Harry said, stepping cautiously into the hallway. The house was eerily quiet. Harry moved through the ground floor systematically, checking each room. The living room was undisturbed, but the kitchen showed signs of a hasty search, drawers left open, cupboards ajar. Nothing seemed to be missing, though. Not a burglary, then. Something else. As he started toward the stairs, Petunia behind him, he heard a creak from above, someone moving around in one of the bedrooms. Harry froze, his grip tightening on his wand. If he used magic to defend them, he'd certainly be in trouble with the Ministry again. But if someone was threatening Aunt Petunia? Before he could decide on a course of action, a figure appeared at the top of the stairs, tall, thin, dressed in dark robes. A wizard, without question. "Potter," the figure said, his voice cold and familiar. "Of course you would be here." Harry's blood ran cold as the figure descended the stairs, revealing a face he knew all too well, sallow skin, hooked nose, curtains of greasy black hair. Severus Snape. "Professor Snape?" Harry said, disbelief coloring his voice. "What are you doing here?" "That," Snape replied coldly, "is none of your concern." His dark eyes moved past Harry to Petunia, who had gone deathly pale. "Hello, Toonie. It's been a long time." Petunia made a small, choked sound. "You," she whispered. "It was you who sent the threat." "Threat?" Snape's lip curled. "Is that what you're calling it?" "I prefer to think of it as a promise." Harry moved instinctively between his aunt and his professor, wand raised now despite the consequences. "What are you talking about? What promise?" "Ask your aunt," Snape said, his gaze never leaving Petunia's face. "Ask her what she did to Lily. Ask her what secrets she's been keeping all these years." "I know about her feelings for my mother," Harry said. "She told me everything." "Did she?" Snape laughed, a harsh, unpleasant sound. "I doubt that very much. Toonie has always been good at hiding the worst of her sins." "Get out of my house," Petunia said, finding her voice at last. It shook with fear, but there was steel beneath it. "You have no right to be here." "I have every right," Snape countered. "More right than you have to claim any connection to Lily, after what you did." "What is he talking about?" Harry asked, glancing back at his aunt. "What did you do?" Petunia's face had gone from pale to ashen. "Nothing. He's lying. He always hated me because Lily loved me more than him. He's trying to turn you against me, just like he tried with her." "Such delusions," Snape murmured. "Still lying to yourself after all these years." He turned to Harry. "Your aunt betrayed Lily in the worst possible way. She's the reason your parents were found by the Dark Lord that night." The accusation hung in the air, so shocking that for a moment, Harry couldn't process it. Then anger surged through him. "That's a lie," he said fiercely. "Peter Pettigrew betrayed my parents. Everyone knows that." "Pettigrew was the secret keeper, yes," Snape acknowledged. "But how do you think the Dark Lord knew to target your family in the first place? How do you think he knew about the prophecy concerning you?" "You told him," Harry said, remembering what Dumbledore had reluctantly shared with him. "You heard part of the prophecy and told Voldemort." Snape flinched at the name but didn't deny it. I did, to my eternal shame. But I wasn't the only one who betrayed Lily that year. He looked at Petunia again, his expression contemptuous. Your aunt had been corresponding with Lily, despite their estrangement. Lily, in her naive trust, shared too much, about the prophecy, about going into hiding, about their plans to use a secret keeper. And what, you think Aunt Petunia passed that information to Voldemort? Harry scoffed. She hates magic. She'd never have anything to do with the wizarding world willingly. Not directly, no, Snape agreed. But indirectly. There was a man she used to meet at a pub in London. A charming man who seemed interested in her life, her troubles, her estranged sister. A man who plied her with drinks and sympathy while extracting information about Lily Potter and her newborn son. That's not true, Petunia whispered, but her voice lacked conviction. I wouldn't have. You didn't know who he was, Snape said, his tone almost gentle now, which was somehow worse than his anger. You thought he was just a sympathetic ear, a handsome man who found you interesting after years of Vernon's neglect. You had no idea you were talking to Augustus Rookwood, a Death Eater spy who specialized in extracting information from unwitting sources. Harry turned to look at his aunt, hoping to see denial, outrage, anything but the guilt and horror that were spreading across her face. Aunt Petunia, he said, his voice small. Is that true? Petunia seemed to crumple inward, her shoulders hunching as if under a great weight. I didn't know, she whispered. I swear, Harry, I didn't know. He was kind to me. Listen to me. Made me feel special for once in my life. You told him about my parents, Harry said, the realization sinking in like a stone. About the prophecy. Not directly. I mentioned that Lily was in hiding because of some prediction about her baby. That they were using a special charm to stay hidden, with only one person knowing their location. Tears streamed down Petunia's face now. I didn't think it mattered. I didn't think he cared about my boring family problems. I just wanted someone to talk to. And when they died? Harry pressed, a cold feeling spreading through his chest. When my parents were murdered and I was left on your doorstep. Did you make the connection then? Petunia shook her head, desperate. No. Not until years later, when I saw his picture in a newspaper Lily had left at our parents' house. An article about captured Death Eaters. I recognized him, but by then it was too late. You were already with us, and what good would it have done to tell anyone? It wouldn't have brought them back. Harry felt as if the floor were tilting beneath him. All these years, he'd thought he understood why Aunt Petunia had treated him so badly, her jealousy of his mother's magic, her inappropriate feelings for her sister, her resentment at being saddled with an unwanted nephew. But there had been another layer, one far more damning, guilt. She had inadvertently played a role in his parents' deaths, and every time she looked at him, she was reminded of her betrayal. That's why, he said, the pieces falling into place. That's really why you couldn't stand to look at me. Not just because I reminded you of her, but because I reminded you of what you'd done. Harry, please, Petunia begged, reaching for him. I didn't know. I never would have spoken to him if I'd known who he was, what he wanted. Harry stepped back, avoiding her touch. The aunt who had seemed to be making amends, who had shared memories and photographs and apologies, suddenly seemed like a stranger again, or worse, like the enemy she'd always been. You should have told me, he said, his voice hollow. All these years, you should have told me. I couldn't. Petunia's tears fell faster now. How could I tell you that? How could I tell anyone? Because he deserved the truth, Snape said, watching their exchange with cold satisfaction. Because Lily deserved justice. Instead, you hid your guilt behind cruelty. You punished the child for your own sins. And what about your sins? Petunia shot back, anger flaring through her grief. You're the one who told that monster about the prophecy in the first place. You're as much to blame as I am, maybe more. I have spent 14 years atoning for my mistake, Snape said, his voice low and intense. Protecting her son, spying on the Dark Lord, risking my life daily. What have you done to atone, Petunia? Besides abusing the boy and drowning your guilt in alcohol? Petunia had no answer to that. She stood in the hallway of her perfectly normal house, tears streaming down her face, exposed at last for what she truly was, not just a bitter woman who had loved inappropriately, but an unwitting accomplice in her own sister's death. Harry looked between them, his hateful potions professor and his cruel aunt, bound together by their shared guilt over Lily Potter's murder. In that moment, he hated them both with equal intensity. I'm leaving, he said, backing toward the stairs. I'm going to pack my things and go to the Burrow early. I can't be here anymore. Harry, wait, Petunia started, but he cut her off. Don't, he said, his voice cold. Just, don't. I can't deal with this right now. He turned and ran up the stairs, leaving the two architects of his parents' tragedy facing each other in the hallway below. Harry threw his belongings into his trunk haphazardly, his hands shaking with anger and shock. His mind kept replaying Snape's accusations, Petunia's tearful confirmation. All this time, she'd known. All this time, she'd carried this secret alongside her forbidden love, letting both twist her into someone capable of abusing an innocent child. A soft knock at the door made him look up. Petunia stood in the doorway, her face tear-streaked, her eyes red and swollen. Harry, she said softly. Please, let me explain. Explain what? Harry demanded, slamming his trunk shut. How you talked to a Death Eater about my parents. How you've been lying to me my whole life. How you treated me like dirt because you couldn't face your own guilt. All of it, Petunia said, her voice breaking. Please, just listen. Why should I? Nothing you say will change what happened. No, it won't. Nothing will bring Lily and James back. Nothing will give you the childhood you deserved. She took a tentative step into the room. But maybe it will help you understand. Not to forgive me, I don't deserve that, but to make sense of it all. Harry wanted to refuse, to tell her to get out, to never speak to him again. But something in her expression, a naked desperation, a willingness to finally face the truth, made him pause. Fine, he said coldly. Explain. Petunia sank onto the edge of his bed, her hands twisting together in her lap. After Lily's wedding, I was lost. More depressed than I'd ever been. The last connection between us had been severed, and I couldn't bear it. She swallowed hard. I started going to this pub in London, just to get out of the house, away from Vernon's constant talking about drills and cars and normality. That's where I met him, Augustus Rookwood. Harry sat in the desk chair, keeping as much distance between them as the small room allowed. The Death Eater. I didn't know that then. He seemed charming. Sophisticated. He listened when I talked, asked questions about my life, seemed genuinely interested in me as a person. Petunia's gaze was distant, lost in memory. No one had looked at me that way since Lily. So you told him about my parents? Not at first. At first, I just talked about my marriage, my frustrations, my loneliness. But eventually, yes, I mentioned my sister. The rift between us. How she was pregnant and had gone into hiding because of some threat to her baby. Petunia's voice caught. I didn't know how important that information was. I didn't know anything about the Wizarding War or prophecies or Dark Lords. To me, it was just family drama. But you knew enough to tell him they were using a secret keeper, Harry pointed out. That's not something Muggles would know about. Lily explained it to me in a letter. She wanted me to know why she couldn't visit, why she couldn't write as often. Said they were using a Fidelius charm, with only one person knowing their location. Petunia pressed her palms against her eyes. I mentioned it to him casually, just part of the ongoing saga of my estranged sister. I never dreamed he would be interested in that detail specifically. Harry tried to imagine it, Petunia at a pub, lonely and bitter, pouring out her heart to a sympathetic stranger who was actually mining her for information about the Potters. It was a classic intelligence operation, targeting the vulnerable relative of a high-value target. "How long did you talk to him?" he asked. "About 6 months. From early 1981 until..." She trailed off. "Until they died. He stopped coming to the pub after that. I didn't make the connection until I saw his photo in the Prophet a year later, in an article about Death Eater trials." "And you never told anyone?" "Not Dumbledore, not the Ministry, no one." Petunia shook her head. "Who would I tell? The magical world wanted nothing to do with me. And what good would it have done? They were already gone. You were already orphaned." Her voice dropped to a whisper. "And I was already guilty. So you took it out on me," Harry said, the pieces clicking into place with terrible clarity. "You punished me for your mistake. Not consciously. Not at first." Petunia wiped at her tears. "At first, I was just frightened. Terrified that the Death Eaters would come for you, that they'd find out I was connected to Lily, that they'd kill us all. Vernon wanted to take you to an orphanage, but Dumbledore's letter said you had to stay with blood relatives to be protected. So you kept me, but made sure I knew how unwanted I was. I couldn't look at you without seeing her. Without remembering what I'd done, what I'd felt." Petunia's voice broke. "It was easier to be cruel than to face my own guilt and grief and love." Harry stood up, unable to sit still with the emotions churning inside him. "Do you know what it was like for me?" he demanded. "Growing up unwanted, unloved, told every day that I was a burden, a freak. Do you have any idea what that does to a child?" "No," Petunia admitted, her voice small. "I don't. I can't imagine. And I can never make it right, Harry. I know that. Then what's the point of all this?" Harry gestured around the room, at the trunk with his neatly packed belongings, the journal she'd given him for Christmas, the photo album of his mother. "These past few days, the stories, the apologies. What was it all for, if you knew all along that nothing could make it right?" Petunia looked up at him, her face naked with grief and remorse. "Because I'm dying, Harry." The words hung in the air between them, unexpected and devastating. "What?" Harry said, his anger momentarily displaced by shock. "Cancer. Diagnosed 3 months ago." Petunia's hand moved unconsciously to her abdomen. "Advanced. Inoperable. The doctors gave me 6 months to a year." She smiled faintly at his expression. "Don't look so surprised. Even perfectly normal people die of perfectly normal diseases." Harry sank back into the chair, trying to process this new information. "Does Uncle Vernon know? Dudley?" "Not yet. I'll tell them after the holidays. I wanted to see you first. To try to make some kind of peace between us before I..." She couldn't finish the sentence. "That's why you've been drinking so much," Harry realized. "Why you wanted to tell me everything now." Petunia nodded. "I don't want to die with all these secrets, these lies between us. I don't want my last months to be lived behind the same mask I've worn for 20 years. She looked at him, her eyes pleading. "I know I don't deserve your forgiveness, Harry. But I needed you to know the truth. All of it." Harry felt as if he'd been hit by a bludgeon. His anger was still there, but it was tangled now with confusion, with shock, with a strange, reluctant sympathy for this woman who had made his life miserable and was now facing death with the courage to finally face her sins. "What about Snape?" he asked, grasping for something concrete to focus on. "Why was he here? How did he know about you talking to Rookwood?" "I don't know," Petunia admitted. "I haven't seen Severus since we were teenagers. He always hated me for my closeness to Lily, and I hated him for taking her away into the magical world." She shook her head. Perhaps he found out about Rookwood during the Death Eater trials. Perhaps he's been waiting all these years for the right moment to confront me. And the threatening letters? Must have been from him. A prelude to today's confrontation. Petunia sighed. He always did have a flair for the dramatic. Despite everything, Harry felt a small smile tug at his lips at this accurate assessment of his potions professor. Then he remembered the scene downstairs and sobered. Where is he now? Gone. He said he'd done what he came to do, expose my lies. Said he'd be watching me, making sure I faced justice for what I'd done to Lily and to you. Petunia shuddered. I always found him disturbing, even as a child. He hasn't improved with age. Harry couldn't argue with that. Snape's obsession with his mother, his rivalry with his father, his hatred for Harry himself, it all painted a picture of a man trapped in the past, unable to move beyond old grudges and lost love. Not unlike Aunt Petunia herself, he realized with a jolt. Both of them had loved his mother inappropriately, had contributed to her death through their actions, had spent years punishing themselves and others for their mistakes. In many ways, they were mirror images of each other, the bitter Muggle and the bitter wizard, bound by their shared love for Lily Evans Potter. I'm still leaving, Harry said finally. I can't stay here, not after learning all this. I understand, Petunia said, rising slowly from the bed. I'll call a taxi to take you to your friend's house. No need. I can use the night bus. At her confused look, he added, magical transportation. I just need to get to the end of the street. She nodded, accepting this. Will you tell them? Your friends. About what I did? Harry considered the question. Would he tell Ron and Hermione about Petunia's unwitting role in his parents' deaths? About her terminal illness? About these strange, painful days of revelation and reconciliation? I don't know, he said honestly. I need time to process all this myself. Of course. Petunia moved toward the door, then paused. Harry, I know I have no right to ask anything of you. But, would you come back? Before the end? I'd like to see you once more, to know that you're all right. The request was so unexpected, so vulnerable, that Harry didn't immediately know how to respond. Part of him wanted to refuse outright, to tell her that she'd forfeited any claim to his company through years of abuse. But another part, the part that had glimpsed the broken, remorseful woman beneath the harsh facade, hesitated. I'll think about it, he said finally, neither a promise nor a refusal. It was enough. Petunia nodded, accepting his answer with the same grace she'd shown throughout these strange days together. Thank you for coming, she said softly. For listening. For trying to understand, even when I don't deserve it. She hesitated, then added, she would be so proud of the man you're becoming, Harry. So very proud. With that, she left, closing the door gently behind her. Harry sat in the silent room, surrounded by his hastily packed belongings, feeling as if he'd aged years in the span of a few days. Aunt Petunia was dying. Aunt Petunia had unwittingly helped Voldemort find his parents. Aunt Petunia had been in love with his mother. Each revelation more shocking than the last, each one forcing him to reevaluate everything he thought he knew about his family, his childhood, himself. He picked up the journal she'd given him for Christmas, running his fingers over the soft leather. Opening it to a fresh page, he began to write, trying to make sense of the tangled emotions inside him. December 26, 1993. I don't know what to feel anymore. Everything I thought I understood about Aunt Petunia has been turned upside down in the space of 3 days. She's not just the bitter, hateful woman who made my childhood a misery. She's also a dying woman trying to make peace with her past. A woman who loved my mother too much and in the wrong way. A woman who unwittingly played a part in my parents' deaths and has been punishing both of us ever since. I'm angry, God, I'm so angry. For the lies, for the years of abuse, for everything she took from me. But I'm also. I don't know. sad. Sorry for her. It's all mixed up inside me, and I can't separate one feeling from another. She asked if I would come back before the end. Before she dies. I said I'd think about it, but I don't know if I can. I don't know if I should. What does it say about me if I refuse to see my dying aunt one last time? What does it say if I agree, after everything she's done? Maybe Hermione will know what to do. She always does. He closed the journal and placed it in his trunk, alongside the photo album and his mother's letters. Despite everything, he couldn't bring himself to leave these connections to his past behind. They were part of his history, however painful, however complicated. With a deep breath, Harry closed his trunk, picked up Hedwig's cage, and headed downstairs to say goodbye to Aunt Petunia one last time. Chapter 3, The Truth at Last. The Hogwarts Express rocked gently as it sped through the English countryside, carrying students home for the summer. Harry sat alone in a compartment near the back of the train, watching fields and forests blur past the window. Ron and Hermione had gone to find the trolley lady, giving him a few minutes of solitude with his thoughts. In his hand, he clutched a letter that had arrived that morning at breakfast. The third one in as many months. Aunt Petunia's handwriting had grown shakier with each letter, a visible reminder of her deteriorating condition. Harry, Vernon is taking Dudley to look at Smelting summer sports program on the day you return. They'll be gone until evening. If you're willing, I'd like to speak with you before they get back. I understand if you choose not to. Either way, I've enclosed something that belongs to you. Petunia. That something had been a small key. Harry had recognized it immediately, the key to his mother's trunk, the one Petunia had shown him at Christmas. It was an olive branch, an invitation, a final attempt at, what? Reconciliation? Understanding? Atonement? He'd avoided thinking about Aunt Petunia since that disastrous Christmas visit. After Snape's revelations about her unwitting role in his parents' deaths, Harry had fled to the Burrow, too hurt and confused to process everything he'd learned. The Weasleys, sensing his distress, had asked few questions, giving him space to sort through his turbulent emotions. Hermione had been different. After reading his letter explaining some of what had happened, she'd cornered him their first day back at Hogwarts, demanding the full story. Cancer, she'd whispered, her eyes wide with shock. And she really talked to a Death Eater without knowing who he was? That's what she claims, Harry had replied, still unsure how much to believe. Snape seemed convinced it was true. Oh, Harry. Hermione had taken his hand, her expression sympathetic. That's awful. For everyone involved. I don't know what to do, he'd admitted. Part of me never wants to see her again. But another part wants answers. Hermione had finished for him. Wants to understand how all this happened. And maybe to find some kind of closure before she's gone. She'd been right, as usual. Despite his anger, despite the years of mistreatment, Harry couldn't simply write Aunt Petunia out of his life, not now, when the complex truth of their relationship was finally emerging, when her time was running out. So he'd written back to her occasional letters with brief, polite responses. Not forgiveness, not understanding, but acknowledgement. It was all he could offer then. But now, with the school year ending and summer looming, Harry had to decide whether to face her again. Whether to accept her invitation for a private conversation before Vernon and Dudley returned. Whether to unlock the trunk containing his mother's possessions, and perhaps the final pieces of the puzzle that was Petunia Evans Desley. We found the trolley, Ron announced, sliding the compartment door open. His arms were laden with chocolate frogs, pumpkin pasties, and Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Bought enough to last the whole trip. Hermione followed with a more modest selection. Her eyes immediately went to the letter in Harry's hand. From your aunt again? Harry nodded, folding the letter and tucking it into his pocket. She wants to talk when I get back. Before Uncle Vernon comes home. Are you going to? Ron asked, already unwrapping a chocolate frog. Talk to her, I mean. I think I have to, Harry said, accepting a pumpkin pasty from his friend. She's getting worse, according to her letters. This might be my last chance to. I don't know. To understand. Just be careful, Hermione cautioned, settling into her seat. After what happened at Christmas. I will be, Harry promised. But I don't think she's a danger to me. If anything, she's too weak to cause much trouble now. The thought saddened him, despite everything. Aunt Petunia had never been kind to him, had been complicit in years of neglect and emotional abuse, had even played an unwitting role in his parents' deaths. Yet the image of her growing frilier, her writing increasingly unsteady, stirred an unexpected pity in him. Do you want us to come with you? Ron offered, his expression serious for once. We could wait outside, just in case. Harry shook his head. Thanks, but this is something I need to do alone. Besides, your mum would have a fit if you didn't go straight home. Well, if you change your mind, just send Hedwig, Hermione said, her voice gentle. And remember, whatever you learn, whatever she tells you, it doesn't define you, Harry. You're not your aunt, or your mother, or anyone else. You're you. Harry smiled at her, grateful for her steady presence. I know. Thanks, Hermione. The train continued its journey toward London, toward Privet Drive, toward one final confrontation with the aunt who had shaped his childhood in all the wrong ways, and who might, in her final months, offer something like understanding at last. Number 4, Privet Drive looked exactly as it always did, neat lawn, gleaming windows, perfectly ordinary in every visible way. But as Harry dragged his trunk up the driveway, he felt as if he were approaching a stranger's home. Everything had changed since his last visit, though nothing looked different on the surface. He rang the doorbell, heart pounding. After a long moment, he heard slow, shuffling footsteps approaching. The door opened to reveal Aunt Petunia, and Harry couldn't suppress a sharp intake of breath at the sight of her. She had always been thin, but now she was gaunt, her collarbones protruding beneath her blouse, her face hollow. Her hair, once meticulously styled, hung limp around her face, and dark circles shadowed her eyes. She looked like a woman twice her age, worn down by illness and treatment. Harry, she said, her voice weaker than he remembered. You came. I said I would, he replied, echoing their exchange from Christmas. May I come in? She stepped back, allowing him entry. As he passed, he caught the medicinal smell clinging to her, hospitals and chemicals and sickness. The hallway was spotless as always, but Harry noticed small changes, a pile of medical pamphlets on the side table, a prescription bottle beside the telephone, a walking cane leaning against the wall. Vernon and Dudley won't be back until 8, Petunia said, leading him slowly toward the kitchen. We have a few hours. In the kitchen, a pot of tea was already prepared, alongside a plate of biscuits that looked untouched. Petunia lowered herself carefully into a chair, her movements stiff and pained. How bad is it? Harry asked, sitting opposite her. Bad enough. She poured tea with hands that trembled slightly. The treatments aren't working as well as the doctors hoped. I've stopped them now. Just managing the pain. I'm sorry, Harry said, and meant it. Whatever she had done, whatever she had been to him, he wouldn't wish this slow, painful decline on anyone. Don't be, Petunia said with a small, bitter smile. Perhaps it's justice, in its way. For everything I've done. Everything I've been. Harry didn't know how to respond to that. Instead, he reached into his pocket and withdrew the key she'd sent him. You said this was mine. Yes. She nodded toward the ceiling. The trunk is in your room now. I had Vernon bring it down from the attic before he left. Told him it was old camping equipment I wanted to sort through. A ghost of her old self flickered across her face. He never looks too closely at anything he considers women's business. Thank you, Harry said, turning the key over in his hand. But why now? Why give this to me after keeping it hidden all these years? Petunia sipped her tea, her gaze distant. Because I won't be here much longer. Another month, maybe 2, according to the doctors. And I don't want Vernon finding it after I'm gone. He'd probably burn it all without realizing what it was. She looked at Harry directly. It should be yours. It always should have been yours. Harry nodded, accepting this. Is that why you wanted to talk? To give me the trunk? Partly. Petunia set her cup down, her expression becoming more focused. But also because there are things I need to tell you. Things I couldn't say at Christmas, with everything else that happened. More secrets. Harry couldn't keep the edge from his voice. More lies. No more lies, Petunia said quietly. Just truths I wasn't brave enough to face then. Harry leaned back in his chair, studying his aunt. Despite her frail appearance, there was a new strength in her eyes, the strength of someone who has nothing left to lose, nothing left to hide. I'm listening, he said. 1975. Petunia sat at the kitchen table, a half-written letter to Lily in front of her. She'd started and discarded a dozen versions already, unable to find the right words. How did you tell your sister you were glad she was staying at school for Christmas? How did you explain that her absence was a relief, that being around her had become painful in ways you couldn't articulate? The doorbell rang, interrupting her thoughts. Petunia sighed and went to answer it, expecting carolers or a neighbor with Christmas cookies. Instead, she found Severus Snape on the doorstep, his thin frame dwarfed by an oversized coat, his long hair dusted with snow. What are you doing here? She demanded, automatically crossing her arms as if to ward off his strangeness. Lily's not home. She's staying at that school for the holidays. I know, Snape said, his dark eyes fixed on her with uncomfortable intensity. I came to talk to you. Me? Why would you want to talk to me? He glanced past her, into the house. May I come in? It's freezing out here. Reluctantly, Petunia stepped aside. Her parents were out shopping for last-minute gifts, so they'd have privacy for whatever bizarre conversation Snape wanted to have. She led him to the living room, careful to sit as far from him as possible. Well? She prompted when he remained silent, looking around the room with curious eyes. What do you want? Snape focused on her again, his expression unreadable. Lily is worried about you. She says you've been distant in your letters. Cold. That's none of your business, Petunia snapped. What happens between me and my sister is private. Not when it makes her cry herself to sleep, Snape countered, a flash of anger crossing his sallow face. Not when it affects her magic. Her magic? Despite herself, Petunia felt a flicker of concern. What's wrong with her magic? Emotional distress can interfere with a witch's abilities. Lily's struggling in classes where she usually excels. Snape leaned forward, his voice dropping. She misses you, Toonie. She doesn't understand why you're pushing her away. Don't call me Toonie, Petunia said automatically. Only Lily calls me that. Fine, Petunia, Snape corrected with a slight sneer. The point is, your behavior is hurting her. And I want it to stop. Petunia laughed, a brittle sound. You want it to stop? Who are you to make demands about my relationship with my sister? You're the one who took her away, who filled her head with tales of magic and wonder and a world where I can't follow. She was always magical, Snape said, his voice softening slightly. I just helped her understand what she was. And there was nothing stopping you from supporting her, from being happy for her. Nothing except your own jealousy. You know nothing about me, Petunia hissed, her hands clenching into fists. Nothing about what I feel or why. I know more than you think, Snape said, his dark eyes boring into hers with unsettling perceptiveness. I see the way you look at her when you think no one's watching. I recognize it because it's the same way I look at her. Petunia felt the blood drain from her face. What are you talking about? You're in love with her, Snape said simply. Your own sister. That's why you've been pulling away, why you can't bear to be around her anymore. You're disgusted with yourself, as you should be. The accusation hung in the air between them, terrible and true. Petunia opened her mouth to deny it, to call him a liar, a freak, but no sound emerged. She was frozen, exposed, her most shameful secret laid bare by this boy she despised. How did you? She finally managed, her voice a whisper. I told you, I recognize it. Snape's expression was a complex mixture of revulsion and pity. The difference is, my feelings for Lily are natural. Yours are an abomination. Tears sprang to Petunia's eyes, hot and humiliating. Get out, she choked. Get out of my house. Not until you promise to stop hurting her, Snape insisted. She deserves better than a sister who harbors such perverted feelings. You think I don't know that? Petunia cried, the words tearing from her throat. You think I want to feel this way? I hate myself for it. Every day, every time I look at her, I hate myself more. Snape seemed taken aback by her outburst, his certainty faltering. For a moment, they stared at each other, united in their impossible love for the same girl. Then we understand each other, he said finally, rising to his feet. We both love Lily, and we both want her to be happy. But only one of us can give her what she needs. He moved toward the door, then paused. Stay away from her, Petunia. For her sake, if not for yours. Let her go. After he left, Petunia sat in the silent living room, tears streaming down her face. The half-written letter to Lily lay forgotten on the kitchen table, but it didn't matter now. Snape was right. She needed to let Lily go, to sever the bond between them before her twisted feelings could taint her sister's brightness. It was the only gift she had left to give. He knew. Harry asked, incredulous. Snape knew how you felt about my mother, even back then. Petunia nodded, her expression pained at the memory. He was always unervingly perceptive, especially about anything concerning Lily. And he was right, my feelings were an abomination. Something to be ashamed of, to hide away. That's why you pulled away from her, Harry realized. Not just because of jealousy over her magic, but because of how you felt. Yes. Petunia traced the rim of her teacup with a thin finger. I thought it would be easier if I cut all ties, built a different life far from her. I was wrong, of course. The feelings didn't go away. They just festered. Harry tried to imagine it, teenage Petunia, confused and ashamed of her inappropriate love, confronted by her sister's friend who harbored his own obsession with Lily. The parallel between them was unsettling. Is that why you hated Snape so much? Because he called you out on your feelings? Partly, Petunia admitted. But mostly because he and I were too alike in ways I couldn't bear to acknowledge. We both loved her. We both lost her. We both spent decades punishing ourselves and others for that loss. She smiled grimly. No wonder we loathed each other on sight. It was like looking in a distorted mirror. Harry considered this. Snape and Petunia, mirrors of each other, one magical, one muggle, both damaged, both harmful in their own ways. At Christmas, he said slowly, Snape said you betrayed my mother by talking to that Death Eater, Rookwood. But he didn't mention knowing about your feelings for her. Why come after you now, after all these years? I've wondered that myself, Petunia said, shifting in her chair with a wince of pain. Perhaps he only recently discovered my connection to Rookwood. Or perhaps he's always known, but waited until now to use it against me. She shook her head. Severus was always one for long games. For carefully planned revenge. But why now specifically? Harry pressed. Why not years ago, or years from now? Petunia hesitated, then said quietly, he might know I'm dying. The wizarding world has ways of knowing things, doesn't it? Maybe he wanted to ensure I didn't die with my secrets intact. That I faced some kind of judgment before the end. It made a twisted kind of sense. Snape, with his bitterness and grudges, would want to deny Petunia a peaceful death, would want to ensure she faced the consequences of her actions, however unwitting they had been. "I need to know something," Harry said, setting down his teacup. "That day, when Snape was here. You admitted to talking to Rookwood, to accidentally giving away information about my parents. Was that the whole truth? Or is there more you haven't told me?" Petunia held his gaze, her eyes, so different from his mother's, steady and clear. "That was the truth. I didn't know who he was. I didn't know what he wanted. I was just a lonely, bitter woman looking for connection, for someone to see me as something other than Vernon's wife or Lily's sister." She swallowed hard. "But the guilt is still mine to bear. My carelessness cost Lily her life. Cost you your parents." Harry nodded, accepting this. It aligned with what Snape had said, with everything he'd learned about his aunt's complex, damaged psyche. "One more question," he said. "The drinking. Has it gotten worse since the diagnosis?" A flush spread across Petunia's hollow cheeks. "There's not much point in sobriety when you're dying," she said, a defensive note in her voice. "The pain medications make it more dangerous, but—" She shrugged. "What's the worst that could happen? I die a bit sooner." "What about Uncle Vernon?" Harry asked. "Does he know you drink so much?" "Vernon sees what he wants to see," Petunia said bitterly. "He's built his whole life around ignoring what doesn't fit his narrow vision of normality. My drinking. My grief. My feelings for my sister." She shook her head. "As long as dinner is on the table and the house is clean, Vernon doesn't question what I do or how I feel." It was, Harry realized, a damning indictment of their marriage. Two people living together for decades, neither truly seeing or understanding the other. Petunia had chosen Vernon precisely because he wouldn't see her complexity, wouldn't question her secrets. And Vernon had chosen Petunia because she represented the ordinariness he craved, the normality he worshipped. "I think I'd like to see the trunk now," Harry said, rising from the table. "If that's all right." Petunia nodded, struggling to her feet. "Yes, of course. I'll show you." The trunk sat at the foot of Harry's bed, looking innocuous and ordinary. A simple wooden box with brass fittings, the initials, Elliot, burned into the lid, Lily Evans, before she became Lily Potter. Harry approached it reverently, the key clutched in his hand. "I've added a few things since Christmas," Petunia said, standing in the doorway, leaning heavily on her cane. "Letters she wrote to me after she married your father. Photos I found in our parents' things. And—" She hesitated. "The birthday present she sent me. The one I never opened." Harry looked up sharply. "You're giving me that too?" Petunia nodded. "It's time someone opened it. It should be you." With a deep breath, Harry inserted the key into the lock. It turned smoothly, the mechanism clicking open. He lifted the lid to reveal the contents, the photo albums and pressed flowers he remembered from Christmas, but also new additions, a stack of letters tied with blue ribbon, a small jewelry box, several books with Lily's name inscribed inside, and, most intriguingly, the still-wrapped birthday gift, its paper yellowed with age, the ribbon faded but intact. "The gift," Petunia said, pointing with a trembling hand. "Open it first." Harry picked up the small package, handling it as if it might disintegrate at his touch. The gift tag was still attached, written in his mother's neat handwriting, "To Petunia, love always, Lily." Carefully, reverently, he unwrapped it, peeling back the tape to preserve the paper as much as possible. Inside was a small velvet box. Harry opened it to reveal a silver locket on a delicate chain. The locket was engraved with a lily flower on one side and a petunia on the other, the sisters' namesake flowers, intertwined. "Oh," Petunia breathed, her voice catching. "It's beautiful." Harry opened the locket. Inside were two tiny photographs, one of Lily and Petunia as children, their arms around each other, laughing at the camera, the other of them as young women, standing more formally but still side by side. Sisters, despite everything that had come between them. She never gave up on you, Harry said softly, holding up the locket so Petunia could see. Even after everything, she still loved you. Tears filled Petunia's eyes. She was always better than me. Kinder. More forgiving. Do you want to wear it? Harry offered, holding out the locket. It was meant for you, after all. Petunia hesitated, then nodded, moving unsteadily into the room. Harry stood and fastened the delicate chain around her thin neck, the silver locket gleaming against her pale skin. She touched it with trembling fingers, her expression a mixture of grief and wonder. "Thank you," she whispered. Harry turned back to the trunk, giving her a moment to compose herself. He began exploring the contents, finding treasures that filled in pieces of his mother's life, her favorite books, dog-eared copies of Jane Austen and T.S. Eliot poetry, her school essays from before Hogwarts, meticulously written, with high marks, a charm bracelet with tiny silver animals, a birthday gift from their parents, a pressed corsage, from a muggle dance she'd attended with a local boy, Petunia explained. Each item came with a story, a memory that Petunia shared in a voice that grew stronger as she spoke of the past. It was as if recounting these moments with Lily revitalized her, bringing color to her hollow cheeks, light to her tired eyes. "She wore that dress to our cousin's wedding," she said, pointing to a photograph of teenage Lily in a pale blue gown. "Caught the bouquet and blushed so hard her face matched her hair." "Was she always good at school?" Harry asked, flipping through a notebook filled with Lily's neat handwriting. "Always," Petunia confirmed. "Even before Hogwarts. Our teachers adored her, not just because she was smart, but because she was kind. She'd help other students who were struggling, spend her lunch breaks tutoring them." A smile touched Petunia's lips. "I was jealous of that too, of course. But also proud. That was the thing about Lily, she made you feel both at once." Harry soaked up these details hungrily, filing away each new facet of his mother's personality. She wasn't just the brave witch who died for him, or the talented student praised by his professors, or the popular girl in old photographs. She was a complete person, someone who caught wedding bouquets and helped struggling classmates and sent peace offerings to a sister who had pushed her away. At the bottom of the trunk, beneath layers of memories, Harry found a leather-bound journal with Lily's name embossed on the cover. He opened it to find page after page of her handwriting, not a diary exactly, but a collection of thoughts, poems, drawings, and observations. "I didn't know this was in there," Petunia said, looking surprised. "She must have packed it away herself, before going into hiding." Harry flipped through the pages, catching glimpses of his mother's inner life. October 3, 1977, "James asked me out again today. Said no, again, but I'm starting to see something in him beyond the arrogance. When he's not showing off, he can actually be quite sweet. Not that I'd ever tell him that." February 14, 1978, "First Valentine's Day with James. He transfigured my porridge into a bouquet of lilies at breakfast. Nearly gave me a heart attack, thought there were flowers growing out of my bowl. Everyone laughed, but I couldn't even pretend to be angry. That's the trouble with falling in love, it makes it so much harder to keep up a proper disapproving front." June 5, 1979, "Visited Toonie today. She was alone, Vernon at work, thankfully. Things are still strained between us, but she made tea and we sat in the garden like we used to. Didn't talk about anything important, just the neighbors and the weather, but it was something. A bridge, maybe, if we can both find the courage to cross it." August 1, 1980, "Harry is the most perfect thing I've ever seen. Tiny fingers, James's wild hair, my eyes. I could watch him sleep for hours. I never understood what people meant about the fierce love of a mother until now. I would tear the world apart for this child. I would die for him without hesitation." Harry's throat tightened at the last entry. She had died for him, just as she'd written. Had known even then that she would make that sacrifice if necessary. She loved you so much, Petunia said softly, reading over his shoulder. From the moment you were born. I'd never seen her like that, so completely devoted to another person. She mentions you, Harry said, pointing to the June entry. Says you were building a bridge. Petunia's expression saddened. We tried, a few times. After she married James, after I married Vernon. Brief visits, carefully polite conversations. But there was too much unsaid between us, too many secrets and hurts. She touched the locket at her throat. This must have been another attempt at bridging the gap. Another peace offering I was too stubborn, too afraid to accept. Harry continued flipping through the journal, pausing when he reached the final entry, dated October 25, 1981, just days before his parents' murder. The waiting is the hardest part. Cooped up in this house, watching the leaves fall outside, knowing we can't leave. James is going stir-crazy, conjuring entertainment for Harry, transforming the furniture into playground equipment. I tell him off, but secretly I'm grateful for his ability to find joy even now. Sirius visited yesterday, brought news from the order. Things are bad out there. Getting worse. But in here, in our little bubble, Harry is learning to say Mama and Dada, and his laugh is the purest sound I've ever heard. As long as he's safe, nothing else matters. Sometimes I dream of after this war, after this hiding. Taking Harry to the park, introducing him to my sister's son, watching them grow up together as cousins should. Family dinners with Toonie, awkward but healing. It helps to imagine that future, to believe it's waiting for us on the other side of all this darkness. I have to believe we'll make it through. For Harry's sake. For all our sakes. Harry closed the journal, unable to read more. The hope in those final entries, the dreams of a future that would never come, it was too painful, too real. This wasn't the saintly martyr he'd constructed in his mind, but a young woman, barely more than a girl, trapped and afraid but still dreaming of reconciliation with her sister, still finding joy in her child's laughter. She wanted us to know each other, Harry said, his voice rough. Me and Dudley. She wanted to make peace with you. I know, Petunia whispered, tears streaming down her face. I know she did. And I threw away that chance. Threw away every chance she gave me, until there were no more chances left. They sat in silence for a moment, surrounded by Lily's possessions, by tangible reminders of the woman they had both loved and lost. I need to ask you something, Harry said finally. Something I've been wondering since Christmas. Go ahead. If my mother had lived, if she'd survived that night, would you ever have told her how you felt? The truth about your feelings? Petunia considered the question, her thin hand absently stroking the locket at her throat. No, she said at last. I don't think I would have. Not because I was ashamed, though I was, but because it would have burdened her with a truth she couldn't change, couldn't fix. Lily always wanted to fix everything, to make everyone happy. She smiled sadly. But this was one thing she couldn't make better. And I loved her enough to spare her that knowledge. It was, Harry realized, perhaps the most selfless thing Petunia had ever done, keeping her forbidden love a secret not out of shame or fear, but out of consideration for Lily's happiness. A small act of love amid years of bitterness and resentment. Thank you, he said, for showing me all this. For telling me about her. Petunia nodded, her gaze distant. I should have done it years ago. Should have told you about her, shared these memories when you were young enough to. She trailed off, unable to finish the thought. Young enough to what? To love me back, Petunia said, her voice barely audible. To see me as something other than the aunt who made your life miserable. The woman who failed her sister in every possible way. The raw honesty of her words caught Harry off guard. He'd never considered that Petunia might have wanted his love, his approval. Had assumed her coldness toward him was simply hatred or resentment, not a defensive wall built to protect herself from caring too much, from risking rejection. "I don't hate you," he said carefully. "I don't know if I can ever forgive everything that happened, but I don't hate you anymore." It wasn't the declaration of love or forgiveness she might have hoped for, but it was true. And judging by the grateful look in her eyes, it was enough. "We should put these things away before Vernon and Dudley get home," she said, gesturing to the trunk. "They can't know about any of this." Harry began carefully replacing the items, saving his mother's journal for last. As he was about to close the trunk, Petunia stopped him. "Wait," she said, reaching for the locket around her neck. She unfastened it with trembling fingers and placed it in his hand. "This should stay with the rest." "With you." "But it was meant for you," Harry protested. "It's yours." Petunia shook her head. "I had my chance to accept Lily's gift. I didn't take it. Now it belongs with her son, where it should have been all along." Harry hesitated, then nodded, placing the locket carefully inside the trunk. He locked it and handed the key back to Petunia. "Keep it," she said. "It's yours now. All of it." As they headed back downstairs, Harry couldn't help but feel that something fundamental had shifted between them. Not forgiveness, exactly, but understanding. A mutual acknowledgement of the pain they'd both carried, the love they'd both felt for Lily, the mistakes they'd both made. It wasn't healing, too much damage had been done for that, but it was something. A bridge, tentatively built over a chasm of hurt and resentment. Whether either of them would find the courage to cross it remained to be seen. They spent the rest of the afternoon in a strange, peaceful companionship. Petunia prepared a light dinner, her movements slow but purposeful. Harry set the table without being asked, an act that would have been unthinkable in previous summers. They ate together in the kitchen, talking quietly about neutral topics, the weather, Harry's classes, carefully avoiding any mention of magic, a new garden center that had opened in the neighborhood. As the clock approached 8, Petunia grew increasingly anxious, checking her appearance, straightening the already immaculate living room, rehearsing what she would tell Vernon about Harry's arrival. "He'll be angry that I let you come back before he was home," she explained, smoothing her hair with shaking hands. "He wanted to lay down the rules first." Harry understood the unspoken implication. Vernon had wanted to threaten him, to establish dominance, to make it clear that Harry's presence was barely tolerated. The usual summer ritual. "I can stay in my room when they get here," he offered. "Avoid a confrontation." Petunia shook her head. "No, that would only make him more suspicious. We'll face him together. Just, let me do the talking." The sound of a car pulling into the driveway made them both tense. Petunia straightened her shoulders, visibly arranging her features into the mask of normalcy she wore for her husband and son. The front door opened, and Vernon's booming voice filled the hallway. "Pet. We're home. You wouldn't believe the facilities at this sports camp. Olympic-sized swimming pool, 5 tennis courts." His voice trailed off as he entered the living room and spotted Harry sitting beside Petunia on the sofa. His florid face darkened immediately. "What's he doing here already?" Vernon demanded, glaring at Harry. "I thought we agreed he'd arrive after dinner." "There was a change of plans," Petunia said, her voice remarkably steady. "Harry's train arrived earlier than expected, and I didn't want him wandering the streets." Dudley pushed past his father, his piggy eyes narrowing at the sight of Harry. "Why's he in the living room? He's supposed to stay in his bedroom." "Don't be ridiculous, Dudley," Petunia said, a note of impatience creeping into her tone. "He's just arrived. I was telling him about the rules for the summer." Vernon huffed, clearly displeased but willing to accept this explanation. "Well, boy," he said, turning his attention to Harry, "I hope your aunt has made it clear that we won't tolerate any of your abnormality in this house. No mentions of your freakish school, no magic." He whispered the last word as if afraid the neighbors might hear through the walls. "Crystal clear, Uncle Vernon," Harry replied, keeping his voice neutral despite the familiar anger bubbling up at Vernon's tone. Good. Vernon loosened his tie and sank into his armchair, his bulk making the furniture creak. Now, pet, what's for dinner? I'm starving after that drive. There's shepherd's pie keeping warm in the oven, Petunia said, rising from the sofa with a barely concealed wince of pain. I'll serve it right away. I'll help, Harry said, standing quickly. He'd noticed her discomfort, the way she'd paled at the sudden movement. You'll do no such thing, Vernon snapped. Your aunt doesn't need your help in her own kitchen. Go upstairs and unpack your things. Harry hesitated, looking to Petunia for guidance. She gave him a small nod, silently telling him to comply. Reluctantly, he headed for the stairs, pausing at the bottom to glance back at his aunt. She was moving toward the kitchen, one hand braced against the wall for support, her face tight with pain but her back straight, her dignity intact. In that moment, Harry felt an unexpected surge of admiration for her strength in the face of both illness and Vernon's oblivious demands, for her determination to maintain her facade of normalcy until the very end. As he climbed the stairs to his room, Harry wondered how long she could keep up the pretense. How long before Vernon and Dudley were forced to acknowledge the reality of her condition, of her imminent death. And what would happen to him when she was gone, when the fragile protection of her blood magic died with her? The first week of summer passed in a strained routine. Vernon left for work each morning, Dudley disappeared to friends' houses, and Harry and Petunia were left alone in the house. During these hours, a cautious warmth developed between them. They would sit in the garden, Petunia pointing out flowers Lily had loved, or in the living room, looking through old family photo albums, or in the kitchen, where Petunia would sometimes share stories about his mother as she prepared lunch. But as soon as Vernon's car pulled into the driveway, the shutters would come down. Petunia would retreat into her role as the proper, normal housewife, and Harry would make himself scarce, avoiding his uncle's disapproving glares and Dudley's petty provocations. It was an exhausting charade, and Harry could see it taking a toll on his aunt. Each day, she seemed a little weaker, a little more translucent, as if she were gradually fading from the world. On the 8th day, Harry came downstairs for breakfast to find Petunia sitting at the kitchen table, a cup of tea untouched in front of her. Vernon and Dudley had already left, Vernon for work, Dudley for a day at the cinema with Piers Polkiss. Aunt Petunia? Harry said, concerned by her stillness, the vacant look in her eyes. Are you all right? She blinked, seeming to notice him for the first time. Harry. Yes, I'm fine. Just tired. But she wasn't fine. As she reached for her teacup, her hand trembled so violently that tea sloshed over the rim, scalding her fingers. She let out a small cry of pain. Harry rushed to her side, taking her hand and guiding it under cold running water at the sink. You should see a doctor, he said, examining the reddened skin. You're getting worse. There's nothing more they can do, Petunia said, her voice distant. Just more medication, more side effects, a few more weeks of this half-life. She withdrew her hand from the water, drying it carefully on a dish towel. I saw my oncologist yesterday, while you were in your room. That's why I was so tired at dinner. What did he say? Harry asked, though he dreaded the answer. That the cancer has spread further than they thought. That it's a matter of weeks now, not months. She said it matter-of-factly, as if discussing the weather or a minor household repair. He wanted to admit me to the hospital, but I refused. I want to die in my own home, not surrounded by machines and strangers. Harry felt a cold weight settle in his stomach. He'd known she was dying, had seen her deteriorating day by day, but the stark reality of it, weeks, not months, hit him with unexpected force. Does Uncle Vernon know about the prognosis? Petunia shook her head. I told him the appointment was routine. That everything was progressing as expected. She attempted a smile that didn't reach her eyes. He believes what he wants to believe. Sees what he wants to see. You have to tell him, Harry insisted. He's your husband. He should know. What good would it do? Petunia asked wearily. It would only upset him, disrupt his routine. And Vernon? Vernon doesn't handle disruption well. Harry wanted to argue further, but the defeated look in his aunt's eyes stopped him. This was her choice, her life, her death. Who was he to dictate how she handled it? What can I do? He asked instead. To help. Petunia looked surprised by the offer. You want to help me? After everything? You're my mother's sister, Harry said simply. Your family. Whatever else has happened between us, that's still true. Tears welled in Petunia's eyes. You're so like her sometimes, she whispered. So capable of kindness, even to those who don't deserve it. She wiped at her eyes with a trembling hand. There is something you could do for me. A favor. Name it. I want to visit Lily's grave, Petunia said, her voice strengthening with resolve. Before the end. I want to say goodbye properly. Harry stared at her, caught off guard by the request. Her grave. In Godric's Hollow. Petunia nodded. I've never been. Not to the funeral, not since. I told myself it was because I didn't belong in the magical world, because Vernon would never allow it. But the truth is, I was afraid. Afraid to face what I'd lost, what I'd thrown away. She met his eyes directly. I don't want to die a coward, Harry. Not anymore. But how would we get there? Uncle Vernon would never drive us. We'd have to go while he's at work. Take a train, then a taxi from the station. Petunia hesitated. Unless there's a magical way. Something quicker. Harry considered the options. I could ask Mr. Weasley to help. He works at the ministry, has access to the Flu network. Or we could take the night bus, it's a magical bus that can go anywhere in Britain. Petunia blanched at the mention of magical transportation but nodded resolutely. Whatever is quickest. I don't have much time to waste. I'll write to Mr. Weasley today, Harry promised. We could go as early as tomorrow, if he's able to help. Thank you, Petunia said softly. For understanding. For not hating me, even though you have every right to. Harry didn't know how to respond to that. The truth was, his feelings for his aunt had become too complex for simple hatred. She had been cruel to him, had contributed unwittingly to his parents' deaths, had failed him in countless ways as a guardian. But she had also been broken by grief, by forbidden love, by her own mistakes. And now she was dying, seeking redemption in the only ways she knew how. I'll make breakfast, he said instead of addressing her words directly. You should rest. As he moved around the kitchen, preparing toast and eggs, Harry caught Petunia watching him with an expression he'd never seen before, a mixture of pride, regret, and something that might have been love, if either of them had known how to recognize it. The next morning, Harry woke early, anticipation and anxiety churning in his stomach. He'd sent Hedwig to the Burrow the previous afternoon with a letter explaining the situation to Mr. Weasley, asking for help with transportation to Godric's Hollow. The owl had returned late last night with a brief response, Harry, happy to help. We'll connect your fireplace to the Flu network temporarily tomorrow between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. Your aunt may find this method of travel uncomfortable but assure her it's perfectly safe for muggles, and squibs. Flu powder enclosed, just throw a pinch into the fire and clearly state, Godric's Hollow, Town Square. Give your aunt my regards. Compassion in difficult times is the mark of a true wizard. Arthur Weasley. The letter had included a small pouch of glittering Flu powder, which Harry had hidden in his pocket. Now, as he dressed, he wondered how he would convince Uncle Vernon to leave the fireplace accessible on his day off. Vernon usually spent Saturdays at home, watching television or puttering in the garden. When Harry went downstairs, however, he found Petunia alone in the kitchen, looking more alert than she had in days. She wore a simple navy dress and had applied makeup to cover the worst of her pallor. Vernon took Dudley to London, she explained before Harry could ask. Shopping for new school uniforms. I told them I was too tired to join them. A small, satisfied smile crossed her face. They'll be gone all day. That's convenient, Harry said, surprised by this stroke of luck. Not luck, Petunia corrected. Planning. I've been married to Vernon for almost 20 years. I know exactly how to direct him without him realizing he's being directed. Her smile faded. It's not a marriage to be proud of, built on manipulation and mutual blindness. But it served its purpose, I suppose. Harry wasn't sure how to respond to this frank assessment of her marriage, so he changed the subject. Mr. Weasley connected our fireplace to the Flo network. We can leave whenever you're ready. Petunia nodded, her composure faltering slightly. How exactly does this Flo network work? Harry explained the process as simply as he could, emphasizing that it was quick and, mostly, safe. Petunia listened with growing apprehension, but her resolve didn't waver. And this magical fire won't burn us? She asked, eyeing the fireplace with trepidation. Not at all, Harry assured her. It might feel a bit warm, but that's it. After breakfast, which Petunia barely touched, they moved to the living room. Harry built a small fire in the grate, then took the pouch of Flo powder from his pocket. We'll go together, he said, sensing his aunt's fear. Just hold on to my arm and don't let go. And try to keep your eyes closed, it can be a bit disorientating otherwise. Petunia gripped his arm with surprising strength, her face pale but determined. I'm ready. Harry threw a pinch of the glittering powder into the flames, which immediately turned emerald green and rose higher in the grate. Godric's Hollow, Town Square, he said clearly, then stepped into the fire, bringing Petunia with him. The familiar sensation of being sucked down a giant drain enveloped them. They spun rapidly, glimpses of other wizarding homes flashing past. Harry felt Petunia's grip tighten painfully on his arm, heard her muffled cry of alarm, but then they were slowing, and suddenly they tumbled out onto a cobbled square. Harry managed to keep his balance, supporting Petunia as she staggered against him. She was trembling violently, her eyes wide with shock. That was. She gasped, that was. I know, Harry said sympathetically. It takes some getting used to. Horrible, she finished, but there was a hint of wonder in her voice beneath the disgust. Is all magical travel so violent? Pretty much, Harry admitted, helping her to a nearby bench. Are you okay? Do you need a minute? Petunia took several deep breaths, composing herself. I'm fine. Just, give me a moment to recover. While his aunt regained her equilibrium, Harry looked around the small square. Godric's Hollow was a picturesque village, with a post office, a pub, and several cottages surrounding the central square. In the middle stood a war memorial which, Harry suspected, might appear different to magical eyes. He'd read that the village was home to both wizarding and muggle families, living side by side in relative harmony. It's lovely, Petunia said, following his gaze. Quaint. I can see why Lily and James chose it. Do you know where the cemetery is? Harry asked. He'd never been to Godric's Hollow himself, had never visited his parents' grave. No, Petunia admitted. But in a village this size, it can't be far. Perhaps near the church. They set off at a slow pace, mindful of Petunia's weakness. As they walked, Harry noticed curious glances from villagers, some recognizing him despite never having met him, others simply noting the unusual pair they made, a frail, middle-aged woman leaning heavily on a teenage boy. The church was easy to find, its steeple visible from the square. Behind it lay the cemetery, a peaceful space enclosed by a low stone wall. They entered through a kissing gate, the hinges creaking softly in the summer silence. Do you know where they're buried? Petunia asked, her voice hushed. Harry shook his head. No, but we can look. It can't be too difficult to find. They moved slowly among the gravestones, reading names and dates. Some were centuries old, the inscriptions worn nearly smooth by time and weather. Others were newer, adorned with fresh flowers and tokens of remembrance. It was Petunia who spotted it first, a white marble headstone, gleaming in the sunlight. She stopped, her hand tightening on Harry's arm. "There," she whispered, pointing. Together, they approached the grave. The white marble was inscribed with his parents' names, their dates of birth and death, and a simple epitaph: "The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death." Harry stared at the stone, emotions washing over him in waves. Here lay his parents, their bodies returned to the earth while their son had lived on, orphaned and alone. It was the closest he'd been to them since that terrible Halloween night. Beside him, Petunia made a small, broken sound. She let go of Harry's arm and sank to her knees before the grave, heedless of the grass staining her dress. "Lily," she whispered, reaching out to touch the marble. "Oh, Lily." Harry stepped back, giving his aunt privacy for this moment of grief. She knelt before the grave, one hand pressed against Lily's name, tears streaming down her face. Her lips moved in words too quiet for Harry to hear, a confession, perhaps, or an apology, or the declaration of love she'd never made in life. After several minutes, Petunia seemed to remember Harry's presence. She looked up at him, her face wet with tears but somehow lighter, as if a burden had been lifted. "Will you give me a moment alone with her?" she asked. "There are things I need to say that are private." "Of course," Harry said, understanding. "I'll wait by the gate." As he walked away, he heard Petunia begin to speak, her voice soft but clear in the quiet cemetery. "Lily, I'm so sorry. For everything. For the way I treated you, for the things I felt, for what happened to you because of me." Harry quickened his pace, not wanting to intrude further on this intimate moment. At the gate, he turned and looked back. Petunia was still kneeling, her head bowed, one hand resting on the gravestone as if maintaining a physical connection with the sister she had loved too much and in the wrong way. For the first time, Harry felt a genuine pity for his aunt, not just for her illness, but for the life she had lived, the love she had suppressed, the sister she had lost. He wondered what might have been if Petunia had found the courage to confront her feelings earlier, to seek help rather than burying them under layers of bitterness and resentment. Might she have found peace? Might Lily have understood, even if she couldn't reciprocate? It was impossible to know. The past was fixed, immutable. All they had was now, these final weeks of Petunia's life, this chance for a kind of reconciliation, however imperfect. After what seemed a long time, Petunia rose unsteadily to her feet. Harry hurried back to help her, supporting her as she swayed with exhaustion. "Thank you," she said, her voice hoarse from crying. "For bringing me here. For giving me this chance. Do you feel better?" Harry asked. Having said goodbye. Petunia considered the question, her gaze returning to the white marble headstone. "Not better, exactly. But, clearer. Like I can see things as they really were, not as I pretended they were." She looked at Harry directly. "I loved her, Harry. Not just inappropriately, as a woman loves a woman, but purely, as a sister loves a sister. Both kinds of love were real, were part of me. I wish I'd had the courage to separate them, to cherish the sisterly love without letting the other poison everything." It was, Harry thought, the most honest thing his aunt had ever said to him. An acknowledgement of the complexity of her feelings, the tragedy of her inability to reconcile them. "I think she knew that," he said gently. "I think she understood you better than you thought." Petunia smiled sadly. "Perhaps she did. Lily always saw the best in people, even when we couldn't see it in ourselves." She took a last look at the grave, as if committing it to memory. "I'm ready to go now." They made their way slowly back to the town square, Petunia leaning heavily on Harry, her strength clearly fading. The emotional toll of the visit, combined with her advancing illness, had left her depleted. "We should find somewhere to rest before heading back," Harry suggested, concerned by her pallor. "Maybe get some tea." Petunia nodded gratefully. Tea would be lovely. They found a small cafe on the square, blessedly empty except for an elderly couple in the corner. Harry settled Petunia at a table by the window, then ordered tea and scones. As they waited for their order, Petunia gazed out at the square, her expression distant. "I can see why she was happy here," she said softly. "It's peaceful. Simple. The kind of place where magic and normality might coexist without conflict." "Did she write to you about it?" Harry asked. "About living here?" "A few times. Said the neighbors were friendly, that she and James had made it a real home." Petunia's voice caught. "The last letter I got from her, before the birthday present, she mentioned planting a garden. Said she hoped someday I would visit, see what she'd created." "Did you ever reply?" "Once. A brief note acknowledging her letter, telling her about Dudley's first steps. Nothing warm, nothing personal." Petunia shook her head regretfully. "I was still so angry, so hurt. Still pretending I didn't care." Their tea arrived, providing a momentary distraction. Petunia sipped hers gratefully, some color returning to her cheeks. "Harry," she said after a while, setting down her cup. "There's something I need to ask you. Something important." "What is it?" "When I'm gone, I need you to look after Dudley." Harry nearly choked on his tea. "Dudley? Look after Dudley? He hates me." "He doesn't hate you," Petunia said wearily. "He fears you. Envies you. It's not the same thing." She leaned forward, her gaze intense despite her exhaustion. "Dudley is limited in many ways. His father has encouraged the worst in him, bullying, entitlement, prejudice. But he's not beyond redemption. There's goodness in him, buried deep. And when I'm gone, he's going to need someone to help him find it." Harry shook his head, incredulous. "Why me? I'm the last person he'd listen to. Besides, he'll have Uncle Vernon." "Vernon will destroy him," Petunia said bluntly. "Turn him into a smaller version of himself, angry, fearful, intolerant." "Is that what you want for your cousin? For Lily's nephew?" The question struck home. Harry had never thought of Dudley as Lily's nephew before, as someone connected to his mother by blood and family. The idea was startling, uncomfortable. "What exactly are you asking me to do?" he said cautiously. "Just, be there. Write to him, perhaps, after I'm gone. Show him there's another way to be. Another way to live." Petunia's eyes were pleading. "He's going to be lost without me, Harry. More than he or Vernon realize. I'm the buffer between them, the one who softens Vernon's edges, who reminds Dudley that there's more to life than dominance and control." Harry tried to imagine corresponding with Dudley, offering guidance and support to the cousin who had tormented him for years. It seemed absurd, impossible. And yet. "I'll try," he said finally. "I can't promise anything, but I'll try." Relief washed over Petunia's face. "Thank you," she whispered. "That's all I can ask." They finished their tea in contemplative silence. As they prepared to leave, Petunia reached across the table and took Harry's hand, the first time she had ever voluntarily touched him with affection. "I'm proud of you," she said simply. "Of the person you're becoming, despite everything. Despite us." Harry didn't know how to respond to this unexpected praise, this acknowledgement of his growth in spite of the Dursleys' neglect. Before he could find words, Petunia withdrew her hand and stood up, swaying slightly. "We should get back," she said. "Vernon and Dudley will be home by dinner." The return journey via Fleur was no more pleasant than the first, but Petunia endured it with grim determination. They arrived back in the living room of Privet Drive with just enough time to clean up the evidence of the fire before Vernon and Dudley returned, laden with shopping bags and boasting of their day in London. Neither noticed Petunia's exhaustion, her unusual quietness at dinner. Neither saw the peace in her eyes, the weight that had been lifted by her visit to Lily's grave. But Harry saw. And in her glance across the dinner table, in the small, secret smile she gave him, he recognized a shared understanding, a private connection built on this day of truth and reconciliation, on the acknowledgement of both their painful past and Petunia's limited future. It wasn't forgiveness, exactly. But it was something close to it. Something that might, in time, heal some of the wounds they had inflicted on each other. The fragile peace between Harry and Petunia continued over the next few days. When they were alone in the house, they would talk quietly about Lily, about the past, about the trunk full of memories now hidden under Harry's bed. Petunia's health continued to decline, she tired easily, ate little, and needed more medication to manage her increasing pain. But there was a serenity about her now, a quiet acceptance of her fate. Vernon remained oblivious to the severity of her condition, or perhaps in denial. He continued to expect dinner on the table, the house immaculate, his wife attentive to his needs. Harry found himself increasingly angry on Petunia's behalf, watching her struggle to maintain the facade of normality for her husband's comfort. Dudley, surprisingly, seemed more perceptive. Harry caught him watching his mother with concerned eyes, offering to carry things for her, asking if she needed to rest. Small kindnesses, awkwardly executed but genuine. Perhaps there was hope for him after all, Harry thought, remembering Petunia's request. On the 5th day after their visit to Godric's Hollow, Harry came downstairs to find the kitchen empty. This was unusual, Petunia was always up before him, preparing breakfast despite her weakness. Concerned, he checked the living room, then the garden, before hesitantly approaching the door to the master bedroom. He knocked softly. "Aunt Petunia. Are you all right?" No response. Growing worried, Harry opened the door a crack. The room was dim, curtains still drawn despite the late morning hour. Petunia lay in bed, unnaturally still. "Aunt Petunia," he called again, louder this time, fear creeping into his voice. She stirred slightly, her eyes opening with visible effort. "Harry," she whispered, her voice so faint he had to move closer to hear. "I'm sorry. I couldn't get up this morning." Harry approached the bed, alarmed by her appearance. Her skin was waxy, her breathing shallow, her eyes sunken. She looked like a woman at death's door. "I'll call a doctor," he said, reaching for the phone on the bedside table. "Or an ambulance." "No." Petunia's hand shot out, surprisingly strong, gripping his wrist. "No hospitals. I told you. I want to die at home." "But you need medical attention," Harry protested. "Pain management, at least." Petunia released his wrist, her brief surge of strength fading. "In my drawer," she murmured. "The orange bottle. 2 pills." Harry found the medication, strong painkillers, he assumed, and helped her take them with a sip of water from the glass on her nightstand. She swallowed with difficulty, then sank back against the pillows, her eyes closing. "Should I call Uncle Vernon?" Harry asked, uncertain what to do. "Tell him to come home?" "Not yet," Petunia whispered. "Let him have his normal day. There's nothing he can do anyway." Her eyes opened slightly. "Just stay with me. For a little while. Please." Harry pulled a chair up beside the bed and sat, feeling helpless and afraid. This was happening too fast. According to her doctors, she should have had weeks left, not days. Had their trip to Godric's Hollow accelerated her decline? Had the emotional strain of confronting her past hastened her physical deterioration? "Don't blame yourself," Petunia said, as if reading his thoughts. Her voice was clearer now, the medication beginning to take effect. The doctors were being optimistic. "I've been feeling the change for weeks." "You should have said something," Harry reproached gently. "We could have. I don't know. Done more. Prepared better." A faint smile touched Petunia's lips. "What more could we have done?" I've said my goodbyes to Lily. I've shared her memories with you. I've made what peace I could with the past. She reached out, her fingers brushing his hand. There's nothing left undone, Harry. Nothing left unsaid. Harry wasn't sure that was true. There were still questions he wanted to ask, things he needed to understand. But looking at his aunt's exhausted face, he couldn't bring himself to burden her with more emotional labor. Rest, he said instead. I'll stay until you fall asleep. Petunia nodded gratefully, her eyes drifting closed. For a while, the only sound in the room was her labored breathing. Harry thought she had fallen asleep when she spoke again, her voice barely audible. I did love you, Harry. In my way. Not enough. Not well. But I did. Before he could respond, her breathing deepened, the painkillers drawing her into unconsciousness. Harry sat beside her, those unexpected words echoing in his mind. I did love you, Harry. He wasn't sure he believed it. Or rather, he wasn't sure what kind of love she was claiming, a distant, abstract affection for her sister's child. A grudging fondness developed only in these final months of her life. Certainly not the warm, nurturing love a child deserves from their guardian. And yet, there had been moments. The way she'd looked at him sometimes when Vernon wasn't around. The careful storage of Lily's trunk, preserving it for him. The small acts of kindness that had occasionally broken through her facade of resentment, a larger portion at dinner, a blind eye turned to a missed chore, a rare word of encouragement quickly hidden beneath criticism. Had those been glimpses of love, buried beneath layers of guilt and grief and inappropriate feelings for her sister? Had Petunia, in her damaged way, tried to love him as best she could? Harry didn't know. Perhaps he never would. But sitting beside his dying aunt, watching her labored breathing, he found he wanted to believe it. Wanted to think that somewhere beneath the cruelty and neglect, a spark of genuine affection had existed. It wouldn't excuse what she'd done. Nothing could. But it might make it easier to forgive, to move forward without the weight of hatred dragging at his heart. Vernon returned from work earlier than usual that day, having been called by the neighbor who sometimes checked on Petunia while he was gone. She had peered through the window, seen Petunia in bed at midday, and grown concerned. His reaction to finding his wife so gravely ill was a mixture of bluster and panic, demanding to know why Harry hadn't called him immediately, insisting they take Petunia to the hospital despite her repeated refusals, alternating between anger and uncharacteristic tenderness as he sat beside her bed. How long has she been like this? He demanded of Harry, his face flushed with emotion. Just today, Harry answered, though he knew the decline had been gradual, visible to anyone who cared to look. She couldn't get out of bed this morning. Why didn't she tell me she was getting worse? Vernon muttered, more to himself than to Harry. Why keep it from me? Because you didn't want to know, Harry said before he could stop himself. Because you wanted everything to be normal, so she pretended it was. Vernon's head snapped up, his small eyes narrowing. Don't you dare speak to me like that, boy. You know nothing about my marriage, about what Petunia and I share. I know she's been protecting you, Harry persisted, reckless in his grief and frustration. Shielding you from the reality of her illness because you can't handle anything that disrupts your perfect, normal life. Vernon rose from the bed, his face purpling with rage. Get out, he hissed. Get out of this room before I throw you out. Stop. The voice was weak but clear. Both Harry and Vernon turned to see Petunia awake, her eyes moving between them. Stop fighting, she said, each word an effort. Please. Both of you. Vernon immediately softened, returning to her side. I'm sorry, pet. But the boy was being insolent, as usual. He was being honest, Petunia interrupted. And he's right, Vernon. I have been protecting you. Because I love you, despite everything. She reached for his hand, her thin fingers clasping his pudgy ones. But I can't protect you anymore. I need you to listen now. Really listen. Vernon looked taken aback, unused to this directness from his normally acquiescent wife. "What is it, pet? What do you need to tell me?" "I'm dying," Petunia said plainly. "Not in weeks or months, but days. Maybe hours. And there are things you need to know before I go." Vernon shook his head in denial. "Don't talk like that. We'll get you to the hospital, get you proper treatment." "No, Vernon." Petunia's voice was surprisingly firm. "No more hospitals. No more treatments. It's time to accept what's happening." She glanced at Harry. "Could you give us a moment, please? I need to speak with Vernon privately." Harry nodded and left the room, closing the door behind him. In the hallway, he found Dudley hovering uncertainly, his face pale and frightened. "Is Mum okay?" he asked, his usual bullying demeanor absent. "Dad came home all upset, wouldn't tell me anything." Harry hesitated, unsure how much to reveal. "She's very ill, Dudley. The cancer. It's advanced further than the doctors thought." "Is she?" Dudley swallowed hard. "Is she going to die?" The directness of the question, coming from Dudley of all people, caught Harry off guard. "I think so," he said honestly. "Yes. Soon." Dudley's face crumpled, years of bravado falling away to reveal the frightened child beneath. "But she can't," he protested. "She's my mum. She can't just die." Despite years of animosity between them, Harry felt a surge of sympathy for his cousin. Dudley was about to lose the one person who had always loved him unconditionally, who had protected and coddled him, who had made him the center of her world. However misguided that love had been, however damaging to Dudley's character, its loss would devastate him. "I'm sorry," Harry said awkwardly. "I really am." Dudley nodded, wiping his nose on his sleeve. For a moment, they stood in silence, two boys united by the impending loss of the woman who had shaped both their childhoods, one through excessive love, the other through its absence. "Can I see her?" Dudley asked finally. "She's talking to your dad right now," Harry explained. "But I'm sure she'll want to see you after." Dudley nodded again, then surprised Harry by asking, "What were you doing in there?" "With Mum." "Just sitting with her," Harry said. "She asked me to stay while she slept." "Oh." Dudley looked confused by this, unable to reconcile the mother who had always treated Harry as an unwanted burden with one who would ask for his company in her final hours. Has she been talking to you? About things?" "Some things," Harry admitted carefully. "About my mum mostly. They were sisters, you know." "Yeah, I know that," Dudley said, defensive. Then, with unusual perceptiveness, "She feels bad about how she treated you, doesn't she? That's why she's being nice to you now." Harry considered this blunt assessment. "I think it's more complicated than that," he said finally. "But yes, partly." Before Dudley could respond, the bedroom door opened, and Vernon emerged. His face was ashen, his eyes red-rimmed. He barely glanced at the boys as he stumbled past them and down the stairs, moving like a man in a trance. "Dad?" Dudley called after him, alarmed. "Dad, what's wrong?" But Vernon didn't answer, disappearing into the living room. A moment later, they heard the sound of a cabinet opening, then the clink of a bottle against glass. Vernon was pouring himself a drink, something he rarely did before evening. "What did she tell him?" Dudley asked, turning to Harry with wide, frightened eyes. "I don't know," Harry said truthfully. "But you should go see your mum now. I think she wants to talk to you too." Dudley nodded, his face setting in determination. He squared his shoulders and entered the bedroom, closing the door firmly behind him. Left alone in the hallway, Harry wondered what Petunia had told Vernon to leave him so shaken. The truth about her feelings for Lily? About her unwitting role in the Potters' deaths? About her status as a squib? Any or all of these revelations would rock Vernon's carefully ordered world, challenging everything he thought he knew about his wife. Harry moved to the top of the stairs, listening to the sounds from below. The clink of bottle against glass again. The creak of Vernon's armchair as he sank into it. Muttered words, unintelligible but angry in tone. Something cold settled in Harry's stomach. He'd never seen Vernon drunk before, had no idea what kind of drunk he might be. Given his uncle's tendency toward rage and bluster when sober, alcohol might remove what few restraints he normally exercised. If Vernon had indeed learned the truth about Petunia, about her magical heritage, her forbidden love, her secrets and lies, how would he react once the initial shock wore off? What might he do in his anger and disillusionment? For the first time, Harry understood Petunia's fear of Vernon discovering her secrets. Not just fear of rejection or divorce, but something deeper, more primal. Fear of Vernon's rage turned violent, destructive. He remained at the top of the stairs, alert and wary, ready to intervene if necessary. As the minutes ticked by, he heard the continued sounds of Vernon drinking, the muttering growing louder, more distinct. Lied to me, all these years, bloody freaks, under my own roof. A bottle smashed against the wall. Harry tensed, his hand moving instinctively to his wand in his pocket. He wasn't allowed to use magic outside school, but if Vernon became dangerous. The bedroom door opened, and Dudley emerged, his face wet with tears. "She wants to see you," he said thickly. "Says it's important." Harry hesitated, torn between checking on Vernon and responding to Petunia's summons. "Your dad's drinking," he warned. "I think he's pretty upset." Dudley frowned, glancing down the stairs. "I'll deal with him," he said, with unexpected maturity. "You go talk to Mum." Surprised by this role reversal, Dudley taking responsibility while he attended to Petunia, Harry nodded and entered the bedroom. Petunia lay propped against pillows, looking even more exhausted than before. The conversation with Vernon and Dudley had clearly drained what little energy she had left. But her eyes were clear, focused on Harry as he approached. "Vernon didn't take it well," she said without preamble. "I told him everything. About being a squib. About Lily. About Rookwood. About—" She paused, swallowing with difficulty. "About how I feel about you. That I'm sorry. That I want you to be part of Dudley's life after I'm gone." Harry sat in the chair beside her bed, stunned by the extent of her confession. "Why now? Why tell him all of it when you're—" He couldn't finish the sentence. "Because he needs to hear it from me," Petunia said simply. "Not discover it later, not piece it together from half-truths and suspicions. And because—" She hesitated, then continued with visible effort, "because I'm tired of lying, Harry. So tired. I want to die honestly, at least." How did he react? "About as well as you'd expect." Denial. Anger. "He stormed out when I told him about being a squib, about having magic in my blood." She closed her eyes briefly. "He'll drink himself into a rage, then come back to confront me. It's his way." Harry felt a spike of alarm. "Will he hurt you? Vernon?" Petunia looked genuinely surprised by the question. "No. He's never been violent, not physically. He'll shout, throw things perhaps, but he won't harm me." She sighed. "It's Dudley I'm worried about. And you. Vernon's anger might find targets after I'm gone." "I can take care of myself," Harry assured her. "And I promise to look out for Dudley, remember?" A faint smile touched Petunia's lips. "Yes. My brave nephew, protecting my spoiled son." Lily would appreciate the irony. The smile faded. "There's something else, Harry. Something I need to give you before." She gestured weakly toward the dresser. "The bottom drawer. There's an envelope." Harry went to the dresser and opened the drawer she'd indicated. Inside was a large manila envelope, sealed and addressed to him in Petunia's handwriting. "What is it?" he asked, returning to her bedside with the envelope. Legal papers, Petunia explained. I had a solicitor prepare them last month. They establish a trust for you, money your mother left me years ago, that I never told Vernon about. It's not much, but it's something. Yours by right. She took a labored breath. There's also a letter explaining your mother's trunk, its contents. In case I couldn't tell you myself. Harry stared at the envelope in his hands, this final gift from his aunt. You've been planning this for a while, he realized. This goodbye. Since the diagnosis, Petunia confirmed. I knew I needed to make things right, as much as possible. To face the truth before the end. She reached for his hand, her fingers cold against his skin. I won't ask your forgiveness, Harry. I don't deserve it. But I hope you can find some peace with what happened. With who I was to you. Harry looked at his aunt, this complicated, damaged woman who had shaped his childhood through neglect and resentment, who was now trying, in her final hours, to make what amends she could. He thought of all she had been, the jealous sister, the forbidden lover, the unwitting betrayer, the bitter guardian. And all she had lost, her parents, her sister, her dreams, and soon, her life. I forgive you, he said, the word surprising him as much as her. Not for me, I don't know if I can ever fully forgive what you did to me. But for yourself. So you can die without that weight on your soul. Tears filled Petunia's eyes, spilling down her hollow cheeks. Thank you, she whispered. You are so like her. So good, despite everything. Despite us. Before Harry could respond, a crash from downstairs made them both jump. Vernon's voice, slurred with alcohol, rose in a bellow. Petunia. I want answers, damn it. Real answers. Heavy footsteps pounded on the stairs. Petunia's eyes widened in alarm. He's drunker than I thought, she murmured. You should go, Harry. Don't get caught in this. But Harry stood his ground, positioning himself between the bed and the door. I'm not leaving you alone with him, not when he's like this. The door burst open, revealing Vernon swaying in the doorway, his face mottled with rage and alcohol. His tie was askew, his shirt stained with spilled whiskey. You, he slurred, pointing at Harry. Out. This is between me and my wife. No, Harry said firmly, his hand in his pocket, gripping his wand. I'm staying. Vernon took a menacing step forward. You'll do as you're told, boy, or you'll what? Harry challenged, drawing himself up to his full height. He was still shorter than Vernon, still physically outmatched, but something in his stance made his uncle hesitate. What exactly will you do to me? Vernon, Petunia called weakly from the bed. Please. Don't do this. Not now. Vernon's gaze shifted to his wife, his expression a turbulent mix of betrayal and grief. How could you, pet? All these years, lying to me. Hiding what you are. What she was. He gestured wildly at Harry. Bringing this abnormality into our home. I had no choice, Petunia said, her voice stronger than seemed possible given her condition. He was my sister's son. My blood. And he needed protection. Protection. Vernon spat. What about protecting our family? Our normal life? What about Dudley, growing up alongside this freak? Dad, stop it. All three turned to see Dudley in the doorway, his face set in uncharacteristic determination. Go back to your room, Dudley, Vernon ordered. This doesn't concern you. It's about Mum, so it concerns me, Dudley countered, entering the room to stand beside Harry. And you're drunk. You need to calm down. Vernon gaped at his son, clearly shocked by this defiance. I am perfectly calm, he insisted, though his swaying belied the claim. I just want the truth. All of it. No more lies. I've told you the truth, Petunia said wearily. All of it. What more do you want to hear? That it's not true. Vernon shouted, slamming his fist against the wall. That you're not one of them, not some magical freak who's been hiding in plain sight all these years. His voice broke. That the woman I married wasn't a lie. Petunia closed her eyes, pain etching deeper lines in her face. I'm still the woman you married, Vernon. Still the mother of your son. The magic in my blood doesn't change that. It changes everything, Vernon insisted. Everything we built, everything we believed in, normalcy, respectability, order. It was all a lie. No, it wasn't, Petunia said gently. Those things were real to me too. They were my shield, my protection against a world that had hurt me. Against feelings I couldn't control. She looked at him directly. I did love you, Vernon. Not the way I loved her, not with that same passion, but I did love you. For giving me safety. Stability. A son. Vernon's anger seemed to deflate at these words, replaced by a profound sadness. He sank heavily onto the end of the bed, his head in his hands. I don't know who you are anymore, he murmured. I don't know who we were. We were two people doing our best, Petunia said simply. Making mistakes. Hurting others sometimes. But trying, in our own way, to build a life that made sense to us. She reached for his hand. Can you accept that much, at least? Can you let me go without hatred? Vernon looked up, his small eyes red-rimmed, his face puffy with drink and emotion. For a long moment, he stared at his wife, the woman he'd lived with for 20 years, whose secrets he'd never suspected, whose depths he'd never plumbed. I don't know, he said finally, his voice broken. I don't know if I can. Petunia withdrew her hand, a sadness settling over her features. I understand, she said quietly. I haven't made it easy to love me, have I? Not for anyone. The raw honesty of this statement hung in the air, a final acknowledgement of her failures, as a wife, a mother, a guardian, a sister. Harry felt something twist inside him, a complex emotion he couldn't quite name. Pity, yes, but also a reluctant admiration for this last act of courage, facing the truth, however painful, at the end. You should rest now, Dudley said, breaking the tense silence. He moved to his mother's side, awkwardly adjusting her pillows. You need to save your strength. Petunia smiled at her son, a genuine smile, full of love despite its weakness. My Dudley, she murmured. Always taking care of me. Vernon stood, steadier now, the shock having somewhat sobered him. Yes, you should rest, he agreed, his voice gruff but no longer angry. We can talk more tomorrow. But Harry, looking at Petunia's translucent skin, the labored rise and fall of her chest, wasn't sure there would be a tomorrow. Not for her. I'll sit with her for a while, he offered. You both should eat something, take a break. Vernon looked like he might argue, but Dudley nodded, guiding his father toward the door. Good idea. We'll bring something up for you later, Harry. As they left, Petunia beckoned Harry closer. Thank you, she whispered. For staying. For standing between us. He wouldn't really have hurt you, Harry said, not entirely convinced. No, but he might have said things that would have made these last hours harder than they need to be. She settled back against the pillows, exhaustion evident in every line of her body. I'm so tired, Harry. So very tired. Sleep, he encouraged, taking her thin hand in his. I'll be here. As Petunia drifted into unconsciousness, Harry sat beside her, still holding her hand. Outside, the day was fading, shadows lengthening across the immaculate lawn of number 4, Privet Drive. In this ordinary house, in this ordinary room, an extraordinary reconciliation had taken place, imperfect, incomplete, but real nonetheless. Harry thought of all he'd learned about his aunt, about his mother, about the complex web of love and resentment that had bound them together. He thought of Petunia's courage in facing her truths at the end, in confronting the feelings she'd suppressed for decades. He thought of her attempt at atonement, however belated, however insufficient. And as night fell, as Petunia's breathing grew more labored, as the end approached, Harry found himself hoping that somewhere, somehow, two sisters might meet again. That Lily might welcome Petunia with the forgiveness and understanding she'd always offered in life. That love, pure, sisterly love, might finally heal what forbidden love had broken. Petunia Desley died just after midnight, slipping away quietly in her sleep while Harry dozed in the chair beside her. He woke to the absence of sound, the labored breathing stilled, the room suddenly too quiet. Opening his eyes, he knew immediately that she was gone. Something had changed in the air, a presence withdrawn, leaving only the empty shell behind. He sat with her for a moment, still holding her cold hand, offering a silent farewell. Then he rose and went to find Vernon and Dudley, to tell them it was over. The days that followed passed in a blur of funeral arrangements and awkward condolences from neighbors who had never really known Petunia. Vernon moved through it all in a state of numb shock, handling the practical details with mechanical efficiency but showing little emotion. Dudley alternated between furious outbursts and periods of silent grief, struggling to process the loss of his mother. Harry remained at Privet Drive, helping where he could, trying to honor his promise to Petunia by looking out for Dudley. To his surprise, his cousin seemed to welcome his presence, occasionally seeking him out for awkward conversations about insignificant things, as if Dudley needed the connection but didn't know how to articulate it. Vernon largely ignored Harry, neither hostile nor welcoming, too absorbed in his own grief and confusion to spare energy for his usual animosity. Once, Harry overheard him on the phone with Aunt Marge, his voice breaking as he admitted, "I never really knew her, Marge. All these years, and I never saw who she truly was." The funeral was small, just family and a few neighbors. Petunia had left detailed instructions, requesting a simple service with white lilies and no religious elements. As Harry sat in the front pew beside Dudley, listening to the celebrant speak of a woman neither of them had truly known, he reflected on the strange, sad journey that had brought him to this moment. He had come to Privet Drive expecting another miserable summer with the relatives who despised him. Instead, he had found a dying woman seeking redemption, a forbidden love story spanning decades, and a complex web of secrets and lies finally unraveling at the end. After the service, as they stood beside the fresh grave, Vernon approached Harry for the first time since Petunia's death. "She left you something," he said gruffly, handing Harry a small key. "Her jewelry box. Said it was your mother's once. I didn't look inside." Harry accepted the key, surprised by this final bequest. "Thank you for giving it to me." Vernon nodded curtly, then hesitated. "She said, at the end, that she was sorry for how we treated you." He didn't meet Harry's eyes. "I suppose I should say the same. Not that it changes anything." "No," Harry agreed. "It doesn't change the past. But maybe it changes what comes next." Vernon considered this, his expression unreadable. Then, with a nod that might have been agreement, he moved away to accept condolences from the neighbors, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts. Later, in the privacy of his room, Harry opened the jewelry box with the key Vernon had given him. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, lay the silver locket, the lily and Petunia intertwined, the sisters united in silver if not in life. Beneath it was a note in Petunia's handwriting: "For Harry, this was meant to be mine, but I give it to you instead. Let it remind you not of how love can turn to bitterness when denied, but of how it endures despite everything, death, distance, even our own failures. Your mother's love for you. My love for her. And in my own imperfect, damaged way, my love for you. Find happiness, Harry. Live with an open heart. It's what Lily would have wanted for you. What I want for you now." Petunia. Harry closed the jewelry box, the note and locket secured inside. He would pack it carefully in his trunk, alongside the other treasures from his mother's past, her journal, her letters, her photographs. Physical reminders of a love that had transcended death, that had reached across years and boundaries to touch him still. As for Petunia, he didn't know how to categorize his feelings for her. Not love, certainly. Not even forgiveness, not completely. But understanding, perhaps. Compassion. A recognition of her humanity, her complexity, her pain. It wasn't a neat resolution, wasn't the happy ending of children's stories. But it was real. It was true. And in the end, truth was what Petunia had been seeking, truth about herself, about her feelings, about the damage she had done and the amends she could make. In giving him that truth, however painful, she had offered her final and perhaps only genuine gift. Harry would carry it with him, along with the silver locket and his mother's memories, as he left Privet Drive for the last time, not as the unloved, unwanted child who had lived in the cupboard under the stairs, but as the young man who had glimpsed the complicated heart of the woman who had raised him, however poorly, and found not a monster but a human being, flawed and broken but seeking redemption at the end. It was, perhaps, enough. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.